What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome to DevFest 2023.
And we want to welcome you, and we're really happy to be here with you all. It's really big classroom and a lot of people here. And let's move on with agenda, so we can start right away. I will just briefly tell all the points here. First, you're gonna meet us, your hosts. Then we're gonna move with event album. We'll briefly just mention our partners. We will go to community guidelines, and then you'll get to know about our communities. What is GDC? What is GDG? Women Tech Makers. Then we will move on with our schedule for today. Briefly show our map, and lastly, we will move to discussion groups.
All right. So once upon a time, there was a guy from India who was studying came to study in Poland, and he was studying in Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology in Warsaw.
And there was a girl from Turkey. She came with big dreams to Poland to study here as well. And then they met each other. They became really close friends, and together they applied for Google Developer Student Club Leads. They founded their club, and then they became a part of the GDC Europe family. They even got nominated during Amsterdam I/O event. After that, after 1 year of serving as a lead, they became GDC mentors, and right now they're organizing GDG events.
Thank you. And if you guys want to reach out us, if you need any help with anything regarding events or anything, because we are organizing events for GDG and GDSC, so any help you need, you can just reach out to us. Let's connect with us. And yeah, that's it. Moving on to Zainab.
And we know today is a big day, and you're gonna meet a lot of people. You will take a lot of selfies, photos, and sometimes you will not have time to share with each other. That's why here our album, where you can upload all the photos from today's event, so we can find. Just quickly.
Yeah, it's a Google album, so Google Photos album, you can just scan it, and you can upload your photos there. Maybe you can add memes.
And next, of course, if you will take a lot of photos, you will like to share it. And we really encourage you to tag us while sharing on Instagram, LinkedIn, doesn't matter. So this is our LinkedIn and Instagram for our GDG community. 2-3 seconds, quickly.
All right, thank you.
And if we will talk about our partners, we're really happy to have them because they're the people who are making this kind of events possible. So our main bronze sponsor is Google, and we have bronze-sponsored Composables, and we have really nice community partners, Mobile Warsaw, Angular.love, and Colloquium Naukowe Informatyków.
A big applause for them.
To be honest, I trained myself for so long to just read this in Polish, so I need here some claps as well.
All right, as we are community, you guys need to follow some ground rules. So be polite, be respectful, be constructive, and be collaborative. Yeah, and you can read more here on this website about our guidelines. Thank you. And now we're gonna bring my mentee, Nikita. He will say a few words about GDSC. Big applause for Nikita.
Hi, my name is Nikita. It's a pleasure to be here. I am the lead of GDSC Piatk, and today I would like to talk to you about GDSC and what this is in general. So I suggest we start letter by letter. So G stands for Google, D stands for developers, S stands for people who get together one day before the deadline and hope to complete the project. I'm missing the word here. Oh, students. And C stands for club. So we're Google Developer Student Club. So now that we know what this is, what do we actually do as a club? We focus on bringing new technologies to students, which they would not discover within university walls. We want to inspire students with some amazing projects that we can build together, even as students, even though we don't really have that much professional experience. And as the slide summarizes, we bridge the gap between the theory that we quite often get in the university with practical knowledge that is required in the workspace. And we would also always like to invite people who are just as passionate as you are about technologies, who are experts. And so I would really encourage everyone who would, I don't know, maybe who is passionate about teaching and stuff, that maybe you reach out to us one day and we would really welcome you. I would like to summarize now, and I would just say that today is going to be a day full of learning, studying, and discovering new things. And I believe you will feel like students once again, just like we do at our lectures. So I wish you a great day full of learning and excitement, and I hope you will enjoy being students once again. Thank you.
Switch or click or something? Hi guys. Wow, so many of you today. My name is Michał, and I'm a lead of Google Developers Group Warsaw. This is a community made by developers for developers, but not only. So you are all very welcome, because we live in a spirit that it's better to build. It's better to build better together. Sorry, and in that spirit, let's change a slide, because right now I call all of you to join us at the GDG community. Please click. There's a blue button, join, because that way you're gonna know that we are organizing such an interesting events. Only this year we organized more than 20 events with Google, with MongoDB, about GenAI, about cloud, fantastic speakers, fantastic attendees, Google developer experts, women tech makers, great community to be in. I invite you all. There are over 1,000 communities all around the world, so that matters something. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Natalia, and I'm Women Tech Maker Ambassador. I think it's an amazing program which connects amazing people together to bring more power, bring more great people into IT field. We organize different events. You can also, it's not only for female, but we want to encourage more people to come into IT and also bringing more inclusiveness into it and making sure everyone can feel like they're part of the team. And also, as Women Tech Maker Ambassador, you can be take part in public speaking, in some different workshops. We also organize different courses, so you can take advantage and be part of the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, Natalia. And this is schedule for today. So I'm not gonna take too much time on this. After this keynote, we're gonna start our lectures at 11. Then we have a food. We have a lot of food for you guys. So we're gonna, yes, we have food. Yes. Yeah, we have food. Then after our lunch break, we're gonna start again. After lunch break, we're gonna meet again at 6 here for the wrap up. And there's gonna be like some sort of networking until 7.
And after 7,
yeah, there is.
It's gonna be a lot of party, drinking,
Yes, you are
networking, and stop studying fully. So it's the time when you can connect with people, talk to them, and maybe just talk outside of this place, so you can more privately to get to know people around. And here,
This is for people who don't like to read like me. Oh, thank you. And this is, you can have your schedule of whole DevFest. You just need to scan this QR code, download the app, and there will be first event, right? DevFest Warsaw. You can see DevFest Warsaw in the list.
Here you can see all the speakers, about descriptions about them, all the schedule. And if you don't have any space on your phone to download the app, you can also visit our website for the DevFest. We have scheduled there as well. And if you will get lost, you don't know what is going on right now and what lecture is going on, so you can just grab us, all the people with the t-shirts like us, and ask them around. They can guide you to the classrooms as well. And here's just the map of this building. I'll just quickly say that classroom locates upstairs, the second floor. So after the entrance, you will see the elevators right away. So you just go into the elevators, go to the second floor. Here's the building going to be the classroom. And for collaborative space, it's really next to cafeteria, which is in the end of the corridor. And auditorium is the place where we're located right now.
And now we would like to invite Michał for this.
Just a few words about school, about GenAI. This is a program organized entirely by Google for Startups. It starts in January, and you're very welcome to join. It's mainly the target are mainly founders. However, not only, developers are also encouraged to join. Please scan the QR code, or maybe look for Alec. Maybe you're gonna find him. He knows everything about this program. So yeah, QR code, it's also visible outside on the screens. GenAI starts January. And one more word about the after party. It starts right away after the DevFest, so 8:30 actually, at Spółdzielnia Koneser. It's like 50 meters from here, Spółdzielnia Koneser. We're gonna update the schedule. We bought quite a lot of bar tickets for you, so free beer, maybe not only beer for you. I will see you all. Spółdzielnia Koneser. Bye, thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Piotr, and here is Justin, and we'll be leading discussions groups track today. It will be done in the Lean Coffee formula, so you can find us in cafeteria, where's coffee. And so that you know, discussion groups in Lean Coffee style have the topics chosen by you. So scan this QR code, and we'll lead you into the LinkedIn post. And quick poll, who doesn't have LinkedIn here? Hands up, anybody? Okay, just few people, so it will be good. You can just add your comment with a topic there and vote for other topics that you would like to see it. And at the 12:30, we'll put this topic into agenda. And now, if you are still not convinced to join our discussion groups, you can go at 11 a.m. to the cafeteria for first session with pre-made topics. There is a poster that has all these topics written down there, so you can just try our formula, and maybe then you can add your own topics. And I think it's all. Just scan the QR code. Yeah, and I didn't forget about turning on the comments. So thank you, and see you there.
And few words from Kuba, who is our senior boss, ex-boss of GDG Warsaw. So big applause for Kuba.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Jakub. And I just want to mention two reasons why are we here today. The first reason is you guys, because these guys are doing all of this because of you, to share knowledge, to get some contacts, to get to know some people and stuff like that. And the second reason are those guys here. So if I can ask you, big round of applause for the guys, because this is the day they were working whole year round. So if you want to join GDG, join GDC, talk with them. So not me, yeah, them. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Kuba. And thank you, everyone, for listening. There is one more task I would request, just wait for this thing. And thank you for listening for us. And I want to say a few words, because this is when my younger sister was studying in nursery. She was telling me this thing every time. It is like be like a pineapple, stay tall, wear crown, and be always, always be sweet from the inside. Thank you very much. All right. This is a really important thing. So I want you guys to, everybody to gather around on this lobby, this space. We're gonna take a picture there together. And after that, we're gonna start our lectures. So I would request you to gather there.
Czyli chyba jednak nie. Jest okej, nie? Jest okej, dobrze. Nieźle. Czy to mi działa? Działa. Zbyt goszcze, no. Nawet tutaj nalepkę mam. Tak. Myślę, że pomału robię się gotowy.
Ja dopiero to gdzieś jakby rozesłałem. No, rzuty na taśmę w ogóle. Tak, dobrze.
O, to jeszcze sobie tu sprawdzę, czy mi na pewno wszystko działa. Testing on production. Dobrze. W porządku, jakby co dla mnie jest okej. Aha.
Okay, guys, thanks for coming. Let's begin with this session. Please welcome Tomek on stage. He will just talk about his topic. So just please welcome him, make an applause, and stage is yours. And please listen carefully because there will be a swag at the end. So please make good questions. Thank you.
All right, super, thank you. Oh, okay. You can see my screen, good. So my today's topic is teaching pawn to new tricks, a live coding spectacle. And when I came up with this idea, I was having in mind something like that I will do some live coding, everyone will be very impressed, I will have very nice demo, and everyone will see how easy it is to start. But then I did something that I think Nikita described. So I actually did some dry run yesterday. And then I discovered it might be a little bit more like that I came across with my dry run when I was just talking to myself with some unexpected errors during my coding. That might happen today. I'll do my best to make it smooth, but just be ready for that. A little bit about me. My name is Tomek Porożyński. I'm a part of GDG Cloud Bydgoszcz. Thank you for inviting me here to Warsaw. I'm working as a cloud system architect in Eviden, and I'm also trying to give something for myself to the community online. So I'm running a technical blog regarding public cloud, Kubernetes, also some AI topics, as well as YouTube technical channel. It's more like tutorials, right? As little as possible theory, as much as possible practical examples. I also try to put some of my code on GitHub, and obviously I do have a LinkedIn profile, right? All right, before we start with live coding, I still feel I have to do at least a little bit of theory. Let me just put a clock for myself. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about large language models and what they are, just in case if someone doesn't know. Just out of curiosity, large language models, something new to anyone? Okay, cool. So I will briefly say how do they work. Obviously, I have to keep it short because I only have 45 minutes for that. What Palm 2 actually is, because, well, a lot of people at Google knows what that is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we all know what it is. And what React is. It's an interesting paradigm which I'm going to talk about also. And then at the end, I have to describe model versus product. Based on my experience, when I'm very excited with some of my examples and I'm showing that to people, I often get the response like, but Google Bard do that already, or ChatGPT have it built in, right? So I have to touch upon how to distinguish between model and API access to the model versus end product that can be utilized for the end user and the customer itself. So let's start with how large language model actually work. Large LLMs are supposed to generate text. And to generate text, they need some text as an input, right? So in my example on the screen, my input is large language models are, and then I'm pushing that to a large language model, and I'm gonna get next potential or possible word that can continue with the sentence with some of the probabilities, right? So for example, large language models are used to blah blah, capable of something, designed for something, or for example fake. And some of them are more probable to appear as a continuous of the sentence. Some of them are less probable to appear. And now I have to kind of tell you a bit about some of the parameters we've got over here. So we've got temperature. Whoever was working with actually using those large language models in their products, you probably come across with those terms, and sometimes we don't fully understand them, so I just want to give you a short introduction to them. Temperature says how creative our model can be. So in other words, if we set temperature to 0, so we say don't be creative, it will always go for the most possible word, right? So in this case, it will ignore all the others, used as with the highest probability, so it will produce used as the next word. But if we increase the temperature, we increase its capability to be more kind of creative, which very often is something we want to have, and there isn't like a perfect solution that this temperature fits all the use cases. So that's something a little bit like try and adjust later on. We also have top P and top K. Those two tells us pretty much what's our choices. So for example, top K says how many of those can we choose, and top P says how many of those in terms of probability. So for example, if we say we want to take only from the top 60%, in my cases that would be just those two first, because first two already have more than 60% of probability, right? But that's just a very simple use case. And then there's maximum output tokens. It tells us how many tokens our large language model can produce before it has to finish, right? It's just a safety guard, so it finishes at some point. What I said previously, that a large language model is producing the next potential word, is actually not a word, it's a token. In most cases, it's pretty much the same, but there are some cases where a token is part of the word, or for example, full stop sign, right? So giving you a code snippet from Python, you can actually see that's a real working snippet. We've got those parameters over here. So max output tokens, temperature, top P, top K, right? So that's something that we are going to use. We can go with default values, and that's perfectly fine. But at some point, it's good to know what those values actually mean, and when we can think about changing them and adjusting them to our needs. All right, so to give you an example of this sentence, so the next potential words can be large language models are used to generate text. And important thing is that LLM generate one token at the time. So it completes runs with a word used, then it takes all the input again together with the token that it produced to generate the next one, and then the next one, and the next one, and then the next one, until either we run out of tokens, so we reach the maximum output tokens, or a large language model is also trained to kind of recognize like the, I forgot the term for that, but kind of a stop token. So it knows when it probably should finish the answer because that's enough output for the user to be actually given to the end user. So, what I already mentioned, is it really in Word? It's not, because what's actually happening that our input is split into tokens, and token is very often the whole word, but it can be like a part of the word, right, over here, for example, or even a full stop or comma, and then those tokens are changed to the vector representation of those tokens. And vector representation is needed or necessary for us to not for us, for the large language model to do the operations on the neural network to be able to generate the next potential token, for example, with similarity search or semantic search, etc. So, what is PALM2? PALM2 stands for Pathways Language Model version 2, obviously. It's a large language model that is very, very universal. We can use it in over 100 different languages. We can get advantage of its improved logic, and I will try to give you some sample today of that. And we can use it also to generate some code, right? So large language model generates text and code, like the coding language like Python or C# or C++. It's also type of a text output, right? So that can be also generated by the large language model. And there's size differences. We've got Gecko, Otter, Bison, and Unicorn. And honestly speaking, in my opinion, I would categorize PALM2 as kind of family of models, with some models depending on the size. For example, we are going to utilize today text and chat Bison models with these sizes. I don't think any Unicorn or Otter is released to general availability, but for example, Gecko model is used for text embedding. So what I said, changing tokens to vector representation. All right, so next I want to talk a little bit about React, reasoning and acting. That's the document or paper created by researchers from University in Princeton and researchers at Google. And the whole concept is to take advantage of capabilities that large language models have to kind of understand the input text and analyze the next steps and kind of produce an action plan for that. And if we create some additional tools that our large language model can use, it doesn't necessarily need to produce an output directly to us. It can decide that, okay, my user is asking me for, I don't know, his events are in the calendar on this day. So I have to use this tool to contact calendar, check the events, retrieve the events, and then generate an output for the user, right? That's an example use case with React paradigm. And the last, before we go to a kind of live coding session, is model versus product. So we are at the DevFest conference, and most of us would probably like to create a solution, right? Not necessarily just use a solution which is already out of the box. And Google Bard is awesome, but we have to remember that Google Bard is kind of end product. We cannot take Google Bard and put that into our solution and put, I don't know, some other interface on top of that or connect that with other private pieces of our software in our company, right? However, we can take advantage of the large language model and the API access to it and actually start building on top of that. I'm gonna go a bit technical today with Python, and just to give you a very short introduction or maybe reminder, what's important, if that doesn't make sense to you, that's okay. It might happen, right? If I see something in C#, probably it will be hard for me as well. What's important is that at the beginning we import some libraries, then we define most likely some functions or methods, so that's the function definition. Then there's some magic inside which does something, right? In this case, we've got the infinite loop, and we all love infinite loop that is trying to record an audio, and then whenever the audio is recorded, change it to text to speech and speech to text. And if I press Q, it exits the program. And at the end, it's actually what's going on when I start the program will start, right? So it will actually call that function that has a loop inside. So just a quick reminder how Python works. Again, don't bother what's going on over here. If you don't understand it, that's fine. Just usually, in my real cases, I try to put after the definition a short explanation what each function is doing, right? So if you get lost and I'm kind of losing you, just please stop me, raise your hand, and say, hey, Tomek, you have to explain that because it doesn't make sense to me. And I will do my best to do so. So with that being said, I think it's time to actually try to do some coding. Out of curiosity, how many of you try to utilize any of those APIs from large language models into their bigger or smaller projects, even like the smallest one? Okay, we've got a couple of people. So I will start with the brief introduction to that part, but later on I'll try to make it a bit more interesting. Let's see if that will work. So that's my browser. I will navigate to, I think, console, Google console, just to show you how easily it is to start. Here we can go for Vertex AI, right? And we are actually going to Generative AI Studio and Language. If you do it for the first time on your project, you will be probably asked to enable some APIs, but it's nothing scary. There's going to be a button, enable requested or recommended APIs. You just have to click it and the magic happens by itself, right? So once we are here, we can utilize some of the models which are already out of the box ready for us. And I will go with text chat. And it's, let me try to make it a little bit bigger. And it is pretty straightforward. We can put some context over here, which I'm not going to do it right now. And we can start discussing over here. So for example, I can say, hi, I'm Tomek. And this is our chat, and we already see a reply from our Palm 2 model, ChatBiz in this case. Hello, Tomek, how may I help you? And that's great, right? But that's in Google Console. So how can I grab this piece of code or this logic and actually utilize that in my application? So there's a very nice button over here, View Code. And we've got Python code out of the box right away. If you are not interested in Python, if you prefer a different language model, that's perfectly fine as well. You can go for call request, and you can see it's just a normal request that could be implemented pretty much into any other language. I tried to do it with Turbo Pascal, but apparently Turbo Pascal wasn't developed with this functionality without any workarounds, so I'll drop the idea. But you got the gist, right? You can. It's not only for Python, definitely, right? It's a little bit easier with Python, especially to have a very simple and very fast prototype. But later on, you can migrate the solution to most of the other programming languages. So enough of me talking, let me do something. So I'll copy that code. I will open that maybe over here in my shell session. I hope that's enough to see. Let me go to DevFest. Let's create some file, I don't know, chat byte, right? All right, and we've got our, just making sure I'm ready. And we've got our code over here. If I run this program right now, I should see this pretty much the same response or very similar response to the previous one. Let's see if there is a response. And we've got a response. Hello, for model. Hello, Tomek, how can I help you? Let me make it bigger as well, right? And that's great, but that's just like a single conversation, right? Like the single communication. I could change the communication over here, and that will be good as well. But again, it's not very usable to have the real chat, right? So to have the real chat, let me just put it over here. So I will pass to my program, and maybe let me quickly explain it because it's very, very simple. Over here we have a chat model with some from pre-trained chat Bison. That's a model which is already available for us. We do have those parameters which I talked about, and I don't change it. I take the universal ones or the default ones. Then the chat model starts over here. There is a place for context. It looks a little bit scary, but it's only because there is a triple quotation with nothing inside. So if I want to put something, I would put it over here in the middle, Python, right? And then I've got a response, chat send, I'm sending message over here, and those parameters, and then I have a print message which pretty much prints the output. So let me quickly go ahead and change it that I want to send message. But if I want to send message, I have to define it. So message is going to be input from person, with some text U, for example, right? And that should be already better, hopefully. Let's see. Let's test it out step by step before I make some stupid mistake. So over here I can say something, I don't know, how big Warsaw is, right? And let's see if the response, and the response is pretty much okay. Hopefully that's the correct answer. Honestly speaking, I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to be correct. All right, super. But that's again, once I'm sending one message, then everything finishes, right? The whole program finishes. So I can do additional on top of that. I can put it in the loop, for example, infinite loop that will last forever, and just also code some exit from the loop. So for instance, here, let me just move it a little bit lower so you can see it. I can make it while true, and then I will just, as a Python, I have to create the indentation, so I will do it like that. And that should work already, but I need some way to exit the loop, right? So, right? Once we want to finish the conversation, so I can do it this way. I can say if my message, and say lower, just in case if someone puts big letters, is quit or exit. Exit is something better, and then something has to break. So let's say break. Okay, and I think that should be pretty much okay. Let's check it out. And we should already have a history, right? So as a chat, right? So chat should have a history, and that's already implemented into API solution, right? So I said that I'm Tomek, and my next question to the model, I can say, I don't know, do you know where my name comes from, right? So it should read from the history what my name is, and hopefully, I got the message that Tomek comes from somewhere, Polish name, which means twin, and that's interesting fact because I'm not aware of my brother, but I don't. I'll talk with my father later on. And I can put, I think I put exit, right? Exit to exit the chat, and the program finishes. And we've got a nice piece of code as a simple demonstration. And I used around 10 minutes for that, but I just wanted to show you how simple it is to start, right? You can go to console, you can add your context, you can add your examples, because it's a little bit more options over here, right? You can add context, you can add examples to define how our model should respond. For example, for some use cases, it's not always like open chat. Maybe you want to have response in some type of format or some type of structure. So we can pretty much very easily define that over here in the nice graphical interface, and then grab the code with view code and analyze that further or modify that further to progress with that and build on top of that, right? Now, the only thing you have to, of course, think about is authentication. And honestly speaking, I kind of skip that part because I'm already authenticated in my laptop with G-Cloud, right? But there are other options of authentication with service accounts key, or actually service accounts key is probably not the best example as a best practice, but still doable. A lot of documentation is ready over there. To do the prototype is just like that. To make it a little bit more production ready, you probably have to spend a little bit more time thinking of how to make sure that authentication is done in the secure way. Okay, I do have another demo that is utilizing audio as well, and I'm thinking if I have a time for that. Let's quickly see if that works, okay? So For that event, I also written a short program that is utilizing Google text-to-speech and speech-to-text, right? Or the other way around, speech-to-text. So I can talk to my laptop or talk to my application. It will understand what I'm saying, and as a first version of the application, whatever I said should be set back to me written by Google text-to-speech technology, right? I'm not sure if I've got audio over here, but let's see. Let's see. If that works, perfect. If not, then I will skip to another example. So I can start the program. Now I have to speak to my microphone in my laptop, which is this big, right? So I'll try to mute myself over here so the voice is better, but let's try it.
This is my demo.
Okay, that works perfectly fine, right? Are you repeating what I'm saying?
Are you repeating what I'm saying?
So pretty straightforward, right? We are taking our input as audio, changing it to text, sending this to Google, and then getting it back, right? And the program is quite simple. That's the library, but the program itself is quite simple because it's the same that I actually. Can I make it bigger? Yeah, I can. The same that I actually used. Go away. The same that I actually used in one of the slides, right? Whenever I press S, I'm calling my start recording message. Whenever whenever I press record or R, the recording starts. Whenever I press S as stop, it stops, prints the text on the screen, and then send it back to Google text-to-speech, right? So connecting those two technologies, I was planning to do it live, but looking at the time, and I've got quite a lot of other examples, I will use my solved example. What I'm doing over here, let me make it a little bit bigger. I'm changing the context of my chat model to translate given text to Polish and return only translation. As I said when I was talking about Palm 2 has terrific skills of understanding different languages, and since it can understand different languages, it can also very easily translate from language A to language B. So let's try that. I'm doing something extra because I'm using different API for text-to-speech, which should be very similar to my own voice. And I'm wondering if that's going to work. I just want to show you what's the capabilities over here. So over here, I have to quit this program. And the other program is called Translate. Yeah, remember when I told you about those errors? Let's see if that will happen right now. Hopefully not. It might take a bit longer since I'm starting for the first time, so probably the library for this additional API must be downloaded. If it doesn't start in like 5 seconds, I will just drop the idea. Oh, come on. Okay, in the background, I will run something else. I will explain that later, but let me run this one in the background. Let's go over here. All right, that seems to be working fine, and this seems to be working fine. Okay, all right, so let's try it. So the idea is I'm saying something in English, and I should get the Polish translation. Let's check it out. I had to get up today really early to come to this event because I was driving from far away. So we get the response very
Musiałem
quickly.
dzisiaj wstać bardzo wcześnie, żeby dojechać na to wydarzenie, ponieważ prowadziłem samochód z daleka.
And okay, that was pretty much solution, right? So someone may say that Google Translate have it on the mobile phone built in, and that's true. But again, Google Translate is our customer product, right? Now we've got this prototype with honestly speaking, not counting library, 50 lines of code. And we can, for example, try to add it to our communicator. So we could, for example, create a communicator between two people who are talking with different languages. They are hearing correct voices, and they can communicate with each other, probably asynchronously, because due to some delays with APIs. But there are a lot of different possibilities over here when you build on top of those technologies. All right, so let me start with this demo. Now I will jump to some additional smaller programs, and for that I'm going to utilize Colab. And out of curiosity, how many of you are familiar with Colab, with what you see over on the screen? All right, some of you, but not all of you. So let me quickly try to do some small introduction. Let me just run this. I have to connect to my Google Drive over here because I am storing so very important secrets right here. Let's just finish. All right, so Colab, first of all, with the standard version is free for all, free to use, and it's very powerful. When you work with Google, with Python, you're gonna love it. Access is very simple, colab.google, right? And you've got this notebook that has different types of fields. For example, there's a code and text field. Text, you can put whatever text you want, for example, documentation, also comments. And in the code, you can start producing codes. For example, x is 15, right? We can run it by either pressing this button or going with the shortcut. And once we've got that run, we can actually print the value. So for example, x is x, right? And if I do it, I see x is 15, and it's perfect, right? If I increase it, so I say x is x plus 15, I'm sorry, that works, but I'm not sure. I think the result is gonna be 45, yeah. If I print that again, we can see that x is 45. What is really important to understand is the order in which the commands are run, right? So that's command number 3, that was run as a number 5, and that was run as a number 6. We don't see it right now, but if I switch it to another field, we could see it. So with that short introduction, is it more or less clear? It's kind of with web interface, kind of our coding environment, very nice for quick prototypes and checking some code snippets, right? And good for presentation, at least I hope it's good for presentation. So, let me move on. Over here, I have a program that I already copied from Google Cloud, from the console. It's pretty much the sending message, how are you doing today? If I execute that right now, for the first time, it's also taking a bit longer, but we should get the response in a couple of seconds. Or not. Yeah, we've got the response from the model. I am an AI assistant incapable of experiencing feelings, right? Because I asked how you're doing today, very smart of me. Is the font big enough? Can you see it? Yeah? Okay, super, thank you. All right, so that's native Python, but we can utilize LangChain, which is a framework to work with large language models, not only from Google, but from other vendors as well. So it's very, very nice tool and quite easy to start, right? For the quick start, it's quite easy. As you can see over here, I do have only 3 lines of code. I'm importing the proper library, then creating an object called LLM Bison, which is chat vertex AI. I'm specifying only temperature and max output tokens. All the rest are default values. At this point, I don't care about them. If I do something for production use, I probably care, but right now, just a prototype. And I'm already sending first message using predict method. What's the largest city in the world? And I see it's Tokyo, right? Now, the next question is, what date is it today? And can anyone guess what will be the answer of that? Yeah?
6 months ago or something like that, like when the model was trained.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do get a date, but that's not the correct date because large language model itself is not connected to anything else, right? That's the large language models with some pre-trained data. If we ask the same question to Google Bard, we are going to get today's date, but not because of large language model only, but because Google Bard is already LLM, which is connected to different set of tools, right? That's why when we work with the model itself, we just have to remember that's a model that has some point in time when the training was finished. So what can we do to teach him new things? There is like the training, fine-tuning, everything is complicated, expensive, maybe not necessarily complicated, expensive, but it wouldn't solve that solution. Even if we do some fine-tuning of what date is it today. If we ask the question tomorrow, then we're going to have the wrong date again. But there's another solution going back to React, which I mentioned, so reasoning and acting. We can create a tool and tell our large language model, hey, if you need this information, just use the tool. So over here, I have a very short function from Python, written in Python that is supposed to return today's date, right? So that's the whole function. And here I'm calling that to print it. So if I run that, that's just straight Python. I got the correct date, right? Today is 25th of November. So that's a piece of code that could be used as a tool. To make it used as a tool, one of the easiest way we can do is just to use decorator tool. Of course, we have to import that, but once the decorator is used, we definitely, and without any exceptions, we need this. We need the docstring to tell our large language model when each tool should be used, right? So, for example, if we've got two tools which can give him different type of information, the large language model will not guess which one to use. It has to know which one. So in this case, I'm specifying the tool for today, and this is executed. Now I'm a little bit surprised that those two are over here. Yeah, you know how it is, doing last-minute changes. Those two additional tools supposed to be later, but where they are, that's okay. I wanted to give you another tools to give you idea of what else can it do. So for example, here's my birthday, which is April 14th, and I wanted to showcase that this is returned in different format, right? It's very human-like format, and that's one of the powerful things about large language models, that it can really understand the output as long as it knows what type of output it is. So if it knows its date, it should take care of that as well. And I've got a third tool, which is counting days from today or till today from given timestamp. So I can initialize my first agent. For that, I'm creating tools. I will start with just today, right? That's our tools. Then my agent must have some memory, because agent is similar as Bard, is a chatbot, and to have a chat, we need to be able to preserve a history of our conversation. So let's treat it as code given, right? It's straight there in the quick start, in the documentation. At this point, we don't have to worry about it. It just works out of the box, pretty much. And then we initialize our agent, Bison, when we give our large language model, pass our tools, pass our memory, and some additional couple of things. Or again, we could dive into that very deeply, but it works out of the box. At this point, we don't have to worry much about the other options, just for the kind of proof of concept, right? So this part is already executed. So let's try to run the question. So for example, if I ask Bison, and Bison is my agent that I initialized over here, can you tell me what is today's date? I'm not sure if that's the proper English, but let's see. We can see something very nice. It actually go for the chain, recognize that it has to use tool called today, got the observation, so that's the output from the tool, and then generates the output, which was kind of lazy because it's pretty much the same. Final answer today is, and I've got today's date, which is great, right? Because if I ask just large language model, as I did previously, as I think I have it over here, we are going to get a wrong date, right? So I think that's a nice step to show you how we can add additional tool on top of our language model. Then I have this tool which I already introduced earlier with my birthday, and tool that can count days. And now I can reinitialize my agent with additional tools. So I'm increasing our tool set with today, birthday, and count days. Of course, memory again, and initializing agent again. And now if I run the query to chat to my agent, Bison, when is Tomek's birthday, I'm expecting to see the proper date of my birthday. And it is over here. It says that observation is April 14th, and the final answer is Tomek's birthday is on April 14th, right? Which is correct. We don't have a year, but that's okay because I didn't give the year in the tool itself, so it doesn't know which year it is, and it's nice that it doesn't try to guess. But then we can ask some more tricky questions. So, for example, how many days have passed since Tomek's birthday in 2020, so from pretty much 3 years ago. And for that, it will need at least two things. It will need to check when my birthday is, and use the tool that we created over here to actually count the dates between today and that given date. So if I do it right now, let's see. So first it's asking a tool birthday with input Tomek, and it has observation that it's 14th of April, and that, by the way, that information we've got here is just for our developing purposes. I will go back to my agent because I think I didn't mention that. That's verbose true, right? So if we are creating a tool that we want to release, we probably want to set it to false. But if we want to dry run and verify our program, that's very useful variable to be able to analyze the output. So we've got our observation with my birthday, we've got our observation with today's date, and we are calling count days, and in count days I actually specify give me only the date that I'm asking for. And I think that's kind of a magical thing about working with large language models, because that would be kind of impossible or very hard in standard programming. Here the date is April 14th, we are asking of 2020, and it actually passes to my tool written in Python, input in the correct format, right? So date in the format it should have in the correct year, and it has the observation that it was 1,320 days ago. It felt like yesterday. And at the end I have a very nice written answer in the human understandable language. 1,000 days ago have passed since Tomek's birthday in 2020. All right, so that was playing kind of with the tools, right? But what if we want to access some additional or external data? For that, let's try to access some API. And here I have an API written, actually, I'm sorry, API has been already written from dane.gov.pl, but I created a quick Python script that is connecting to that data and getting this information, so temperature, PM10, PM2.5, timestamp, street, and city, and sending it back to the user. And of course, there's some error handling as it comes with external APIs, but that's just a tool that it's supposed to take the city as an input and output information was the current weather condition over there, or if the city is not found, I think there is over here the message. If the city is not found, there is a message, no air quality data available for city, right? So let me create that tool. Again, I can, just to showcase, if I check equality in Bydgoszcz, which is my hometown, this function is giving me back something like that. So I've got temperature, PM10, PM2.5, timestamp, which is over here and here. And as you can see, it's pretty up to date. It's from, 8 minutes or 9 minutes ago. We've got the street and we've got city. Obviously, single city might have multiple different points. I went for an easy solution. I just taking the first one, right? Just as a proof of concept. I'm not trying to find the closest one. As long as there's one in the city, I'm fine with that. And right now I can create my tool quality over here, and then reinitialize my agent Bison with that tool. It's under our tools. And if in Bison I ask what's the weather like today in Warsaw, or actually I cannot pass Warsaw, because if I say Warsaw, it will pass Warsaw to API, and API is Polish based, so it doesn't understand Warsaw, it understands Warszawa. Of course, additional logic could be put on top of that to fix that, but just to have a quick solution, I'm asking for Warszawa, and should I take a jacket with me? So let's see what's going to be an answer. I'm using a text wrap over here. That's additional function just to make sure if the output is very long, it will be broken into a couple of lines. So it actually checks the air quality for Warszawa. That's his observation, right? The model's observation. And that's the answer. It's currently 1.7 degrees Celsius in Warsaw, moderate air quality. You might want to take a jacket, light jacket with you. Honestly speaking, that temperature for me is not a light jacket, but okay. Anyways, that works. If we change the query for different city, we're gonna have different results. But since I packed a lot of stuff for you, and someone put very annoying timer over here. I have to move on. Let's connect to my own database. So for that exercise, I also implemented, based on my Google Cloud project, let me quickly show you that, Firestore database with 4 cloud functions that can add to that database, list it, delete everything, or delete a single item. And I have different documents, and the documents is pretty much the grocery list. So for example, this document has cheddar cheese 2 slices, this document has butter 1 tablespoon, I suppose. And I do have over here some functions that's for the authentication, and I have some functions to print the list, right? If I execute the function and I run it my way, just as to show you what it actually produces, and it gives me back everything it found in my database in that format. So I can use that tool to create additional agent, and I call that shopper because we are very close to Black Friday, Black Weeks, Black Friday weeks, Black Shopping Friday. There are so many names for that I'm completely lost what's the current and the correct name for that. Anyways, if I initialize that shopper agent, I can ask shopper with only single tool what's on my list, and I can ask him what's on my list, and hopefully we can get the response from shopper, so it actually connects to my database, get this answer, and present it in a nicer way, right? With new lines and with list and information about the quality. Quantity, similar word but different meaning. Okay, so let's add some additional tools. So there's a tool that will call my cloud function to clear the list. There's a tool to add something to the list. And once I added 2 new tools, I can finally build my agent with all 3 tools, right? So my list, clear list, and add to the list. Possibly this is not necessarily because that was done previously. It doesn't matter, it will not break anything. So over here, again, I have a memory. I call that pamięć in this case, which is Polish for memory. And I'm initializing shopper again with memory as pamięć. This is my large language model, and this is my toolset, right? I call that tools over here. Previously, I called that our tools. Sorry for that, but I hope you understand that we can change that. That's just the names, right? Which we can adjust to our needs. And once we've got those 3 tools, we can start playing with that. So for example, we can ask our shopper, can you remove everything from the list? If we do that, list is empty. A clear list, and we should get the information that the list is empty. Can we add 3 tomatoes to my list, right? If I execute that, it should understand that I need tomatoes in this format for my tool to understand. I got the information back from my database, or actually from my cloud function, and that's the information for the end user. Tomatoes 3 pieces has been added to your shopping list, and if I go back to my shopping list, I can see that there's nothing, but hopefully only before I refresh that. Yeah, I can see 1 document. It actually says tomatoes, quantity 3 pieces, which is pretty nice, right? But then as a last example, and I promise that's the last example, I want to use knowledge base that large language model has and the toolset that it has. So for example, this request is quite interesting. Please add ingredients for cheese sandwich to my list. I don't specify what ingredients I mean, I just specify what I want to create, right? So if I run this, let's see if that works, hopefully. It actually recognized that to fulfill this request, it has to call add to list with bread 2 slices, cheese 2 slices, butter 1 tablespoon. And those all 3 lists are added to my shopping list. And if I check it what's on my shopping list, I should see that those items are back in my list. Obviously, we could try to cook something else. If you've got ideas for any other dish, we can try it out as well. But I think that's kind of impressive to see that we can utilize large language model for its reasoning skills and also to at least part of its knowledge already, right? So whenever we know we've got more up-to-date information, we can do it. Whenever we don't, we can provide a tool that give us the answer. And with that being said, that was the last demo I wanted to show you today. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. Before we finish, I do have 2 questions because I think we do have 2 things to give away. My first question is, and honestly speaking, please try to raise your hand. I will try to be as honest as possible. And the first question is, what temperature 0 means for Palm 2? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Super, thank you. And so that will be the first prize. And the second prize, second question, what is text embedding? Yeah. Yeah. To the effect of, yeah, exactly. Perfect. Super. Thank you. All right. Super. If there are no, I didn't ask. Are there any questions to me, perhaps? Yeah.
So, for example, if you change the temperature to,
Yes.
I'm guessing the highest value is 1.
It depends on the model. I know some models have values up to 2, I think, but I also think that 2-1 is more clear.
So if you were using 0.2, if you would change it to 1 or 2, do you notice any difference?
Yeah, definitely. So I don't have that much time to showcase that because I don't want to steal time for the next speaker. But if you go to, over here and you play with that over here, just ask the same question and play with the temperature value, and you can notice the difference yourself. And I think it's better even if you do it yourself afterwards, because it's kind of interactive experience, right? But that's very easily to test what will change depending on the question asked. For example, if you ask the question, give me an idea what I can do in Warsaw today in the afternoon, you should see a lot of changes. But if you ask the question, how big is Warsaw, the change between 2 answers should be very small. However, I don't guarantee that. It's kind of try and see. All right, super. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask in one of the first examples, you showed a sentence where he chose to put as a token comma.
Yeah.
So, but there could also be a dot. So, because it would complete the sentence. So, how does he decide when to put these commas if kind of he doesn't know what else he will add later?
Yeah, the thing is that comma or dot doesn't necessarily mean that for language model is a stop sign as end of response. It will take the whole input together, the new input, right? So with what we already produced, and just ask what produced later. So even if we ask a question and finish the question with the comma, we still, or with the dot, we're still gonna get some answer because it will keep producing based on the probability what might come after the dot. Or comma. I don't think I answered your question today.
Maybe not, because why did he chose to put comma? Probably.
Maybe we can take it on the break. I think, yeah, because I think next person should start in 5 minutes, if that's okay. Okay, and we can catch during the break and discuss that further. All right, super. So,
A very short question.
Yeah. Well, that's a great question, but I think that's a question more to Google representatives regarding Palm 2, etc. I'm kind of a user, right? So I cannot guarantee. I noticed there's a difference in the response times depending on the day. So I'm not sure if there's an SLA established on how fast the response must come, etc. Oh yeah, yeah. That might be a painful. Yeah, I know. All right, super. Once again, thank you, everyone. Cześć, przepraszam, że przedłużyłem.
Nie ma problemu, wiesz, musiałam, żebyśmy się wyrobili, ale bardzo super. Wielkie
Tak?
dzięki.
Super, dziękuję. Cześć.
Perfect. It was a little shy, but we will work on that. Let's check if tech crew is ready. Yeah, now you can see my title. So yeah, I think we can start. So hello everyone, my name is Dominika, and I'm here to talk with you about something called imposter syndrome. Few words about me. I'm a programmer from education, profession, and passion. I work as a senior software engineer at Qualtrics in Kraków, and I'm also a Google developer expert in web technologies. Apart of that, I am imposter. And I want to talk to you about that. But I see that you are a little sleepy, so let's start with short audience check. I promise it will be easy. The only thing you have to do is raise your right hand or left hand or both hands when you agree with a sentence I will say, okay? You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, ready? Ready? Perfect. Who of you is a programmer? Perfect. Who of you is a software engineer and work in tech, actually? Perfect. Who of you is student? A lot of students among us. Perfect. Who of you love coffee? Oh, okay, so now time for more dangerous questions. Spaces or tabs? None of them? Come on, people. Both. Okay, both are also okay. And the last question. Who of you sometimes feel one of the sentences visible behind me? I'm not good enough. I'm fraud. Someday they will discover I'm not good to be here. Yeah, a lot of hands in the air. And yeah, it's what we will talk about. Because, you know what? People lie. I love the game. I really love the game Among Us. But there's a huge lie in the screen. There's not only one imposter among us. In fact, according to data, as much as 58% of tech employees experience imposter syndrome. So, something like in this room, more than half of us struggle with feeling I'm not enough, I don't belong, I'm proud, and someday they will discover I'm not good enough to be in the place I am because I was lucky, I was cheating, I was doing strange stuff. When we take a look into the most important people in the companies, like executives, like CEOs, like entrepreneurs, you can see that numbers are even higher. 75% of executive women declare they experience imposter syndrome. 84% of entrepreneurs and small business owners also struggle with that. And 80% of CEOs feels out of their depth in their role. Terrifying, don't you think? A little. Okay, so let's start with definition. What imposter syndrome is? The imposter syndrome is persistent inability to believe that one's success is deserved or has been legitimately achieved as a result of one's own efforts or skills. So we feel that we were cheating, that we were lucky, that we are not good enough, and someday the rest of our team will discover that we shouldn't be in the place we are currently. But it's not only in tech. Actually, when you check, even the most powerful people in the world are experiencing this syndrome too, like Lady Gaga. Come on, the woman who can sing Shallow. That's a huge achievement. Tom Hanks, actor, filmmaker, two-time Oscar winner, David Bowie or Sheryl Sandberg. I probably don't have to introduce those people. You know them, and they publicly said they also experiencing imposter syndrome. And what is super important, imposter syndrome can occur for everyone. For years, we believed that it's mostly like female thing, that women are more likely to have imposter syndrome, but the data are saying something different. There's no influence of gender, intelligence, or performance. There are some environmental factors which will make that, for example, women are more likely to talk about it, but imposter syndrome can occur for everyone, no matter of their gender, intelligence, or performance. If you want to check if you have this imposter syndrome, there's a test. You can take it online. There's a link in the bottom of my slide, so you can easily find it. But mostly we are asking questions like, do you feel you don't deserve any of the success, or majority of my successes were just luck, and so on, so on, so on. But my friend sent me simplified version of this quiz, and it's look like that. Do you feel sometimes like a metronome? You know, 1 second, I'm the best programmer in this company, I can solve all problems, please give me promotion. And just afterward, oh my God, I have no idea what I'm doing, probably they will discover that. And I'm looking for that mistake for 1 hour, and probably my junior friend will find it in 5 minutes, oh my God, maybe I should go home. If so, don't worry, yeah? We all feel this way, we all sometimes feel like metronome. And it's normal, especially in creative areas like tech, like marketing, and stuff like that, because we have to learn the whole life. And we are solving challenges all the time. We have to learn something new. We have to discover new areas. We can't just excel in, hammering the nail for the 40 years or something like that. It's what is amazing in tech. We are solving new problems each day. But yeah, because of that, sometimes we feel like metronome. So the question is, why should I care, yeah? If everyone feels this way, if it's normal, if everyone knows the memes I'm showing you, maybe we shouldn't worry about this imposter syndrome, just accept, okay, it happens, we have that. Not really. When we take a look into problems, which may occur when you don't address this imposter syndrome. And when you are not working on that, it's not good. Fear, passivity, no creativity, career stagnation, isolation, depression, burnout. We have problems with relationships. We choose procrastination, so we can't finish any task. Or maybe just the opposite. We are going into perfectionism and we are doing all the over preparation, and even if something should take 1 hour, we are taking that for a week or something. So yeah, it's why we have to address those issues, and it's why today I'm talking about imposter syndrome. There's also one super important thing. It's easier to charge your battery before it's totally empty, yeah? And the same is with our brain. So when you do some prevention steps, when you start working on your approach, on your problems before it's so bad that you have to lock yourself in the house and, just stay there for weeks and just focus on that, it's better. It's better to address those issues as fast as possible, just to be sure that we won't struggle and we can recover fully. Okay. So for those who are lucky to not have imposter syndrome, yet probably, let's take a look how it normally looks like, okay? So there's a super young, brave, energetic brain named Steve, and Steve is super happy in their job, they're doing awesome work, they are happy to wake up in the morning, even on Monday, and go there, solve some challenges, but there's a new task. New task, it may be new project, it may be presentation at conference, it may be, I don't know, tutoring younger person, and normal person will be excited, oh my God, I can try something new, I can learn something, or at least it will be okay, I'll do that, yeah, I can, I have my skills, I'm prepared, I will do that. But unfortunately, Steve has imposter syndrome. So in this case, it's a little different. The first reaction, anger. why they did it to me, yeah? I am working so hard, I excel in my job, and they adding me new responsibilities? Come on, guys, I don't deserve that, I hate you, stuff like that. Second reaction, I can't do that. Like, I will fail for sure. It's like, it's impossible to me to make that. I have to learn so much, it's impossible. And of course, self-doubt, yeah, I spoiled it. I'm the worst person to start this project. I have no idea how to do that, and yeah, there's no chance I will exceed. Now, the not obvious point for you, but the next step is perfectionism or procrastination. So, next question for you. Who of you is the person who, finished task 5 minutes before the deadline and just postpone everything to the latest possible deadline? Okay, some of you. Who of you prefer the second approach, perfectionism and, preparing for the long, long time? Oh, a little less. Yeah, I'm unfortunately in this procrastination group, and it may be surprising for you that that's a reaction for our imposter syndrome, because we are afraid that people will notice we are not good in our job, so we are looking for excuses. One approach is, if I will prepare so good, they won't find that I'm not good for this job, yeah? Or the second, I didn't have time, I finished this talk in the tram going here, so sorry guys, it's not my fault, yeah, it's procrastination. Not the best approach as well. Okay, but actually, Steve is doing their job. They deliver the project, they deliver the talk, task is accomplished, and for a few minutes, there's this moment of glory. Yeah, relief, I did it. Perfect. Maybe even some people will give me a feedback, and it's a positive one. They really liked my job. They learned something from that. But yeah, no, they are saying that just to be nice, yeah? Or they are doing that because I was slack or I over-prepared. So we are denying this feedback, and we are going back to our normal, so waiting for a new task, just to be angry, worry, procrastinate, and so on. Of course, and the next step is this anxiety, burnout, tiredness, and this bad state again. If you want to see this, what I showed you is called imposter cycle, and it's even described in the researchers. This chart is from University of Brown, showing imposter cycle. So it's not only me who feels this way, yeah? There are academic researchers on the topic. The question is, what can we do about it? And the answer is not so obvious, because the best answer is focus on building safe and inclusive environment. For years, we were taught that imposter syndrome should be treated on like individuals. We should focus on our feelings, we should focus on our approach to job, and of course it will help, but it won't address the problem fully. But when we instead create a culture where saying, I don't know, it's okay, where I can say, it's a huge challenge for me, that's okay, where we are making mistakes and everyone knows that we are making mistakes, that's the real thing we should do to fix imposter syndrome in tech. But let's be honest, it will take years, right? So what can I do as an ally? As a person who wants to help others feel better, to not experience imposter syndrome, and for example, as a manager, how to help my team or my teammates or my friends? First of all, share your story. I still remember when a year ago I was here and Václav shared the story when they were at university. It was one of the first classes, and the guy started explaining the stuff. They gave them some task, and he was sitting in the front of the computer saying, I have no idea, what should I do? But everyone was doing something, so majority of people were just typing something on the computer, But he just looked around, asked person sitting close to him, you know what, I have no idea what to do. And they answered, me neither. And I realized I had exactly the same situation at my university at the first year, yeah? So everyone was so afraid to say that we don't know something that everyone was pretending that we understand our teacher. And the first person who raised their hand and asked the question, they saved the whole group because the whole group didn't know what to do. And we have the same horror in our job, in our daily work. When you share a story, when you say that you also experience imposter syndrome, or sometimes you feel that you don't know what to do, you don't feel experienced enough to solve something, it may help a lot others, because that's the most powerful thing we can do to others. Share our story, share our experiences, and talk about our struggles. Second thing, give true feedback. And when I'm saying true feedback, I really mean true feedback. What is typical feedback we receive? Oh, I love your job, or oh my God, hate that. That's all, yeah? Or even worse, we have this super popular formula for giving feedback called sandwich. Have you heard about that? So mostly we are saying something nice, like a bread. Later on, we are saying something to improve, like the meat in the sandwich. And in the end, we are also saying something nice so person can feel like comfortable. We are not finishing on this bad note. And in theory, it's like, okay, maybe it's not the best way, but it's one of them. But in real life, very often we have so much bread in our sandwich, there's no place for meat. So you are trying to give constructive feedback to someone, but in the end, there is only like compliments. And it's not helping the second person. Also, when you are giving feedback only when something is bad, that's also not the best approach. Remember to give someone feedback even if they do something nice. And it's even more important to remember that, oh my God, I love what you did. And you did this perfectly because of something. Good feedback should have 4 rules. It should be regular, specific, short, and actionable. So we can remember that. We can take action to improve it. It's not about some general stuff. It's super specific to the situation, to the task, to the thing that was just recently done. And of course, it's regular. Next thing, who remembered this girl? Okay, who knows who is she? Hannah Montana, exactly. Do you remember one of their songs? Because it's the most important thing now. Which one? I'm looking for one specific title. Okay? Don't remember that one? Okay, so I give you a hint. So she was singing Nobody's Perfect. And you know, even from this childish movie, we can learn something because nobody is perfect, really. Not only in Hannah Montana world, but everywhere. And it's my tip number 3, don't pretend you know everything, especially when you're on senior position. Juniors sometimes feel like, you know, this senior person knows everything, I want to be like them, but I can't remember stuff. But let's be honest, even seniors are Googling stuff, right? Even seniors are trying, debugging, even seniors are making mistakes, they have to learn something new. So please don't pretend you know everything, because it's not true. Unless you have ChatGPT, but I don't think it's the case, yeah? So it's more important to show way to solve problem, to debug stuff, to look for the answer, than pretend you know everything. And it will help a lot your stuff. Number 4, we love data. As computer people, we love facts, data, numbers, metrics. But when we are into this imposter syndrome mode, we are forgetting about that, yeah? And we start using words like always or everyone, forgetting about metrics. And one of the best things you can do to help person who needs this help is to start asking questions about facts, about metrics, about the data. Okay, I've heard you received some negative feedback after your talk, but it was 1 of 10 people, for example. What other 9 people talk about that? Or maybe you made a mistake in this code, in this project, but you know what? For the last 4 months, you didn't do that like that. So what is percentage of your failures in stuff like that? When you start calculating, when you start using metrics, when you start using real data, it's much easier to focus on what's really, really important. Okay, number 5. My favorite words are like, you're exaggerating, yeah? It's like saying someone, be calm in the middle of the argue. The fact that you not feel this way, or that you didn't experience something exactly the same way as that person, doesn't mean that someone's feelings are incorrect. And you can see this situation differently. You may not experience something, but please, please don't deny that. You can start discussion, how it looks like from your point of view and how it looks like from that person point of view, but don't say others have worse, or I had similar problem and fix that, because you have no idea what's sitting in someone's head and you have no idea what's happening there. Use your position and influence, especially when you are senior or when you are CEO or you're just student of a higher level, yeah? Help others. Talk about that. When you see that your junior is struggling with something, help them. If you have a strong position in your company and you can admit honestly that something doesn't work, please do that. And remember that confidence is not equal to competence. We are very often focusing on someone who is, brave and talking super loud, and it's so interesting to listen to them that we are forgetting there is no value in their words. So, especially when you are responsible for some feedback, for some calibration, promotion stuff, and so on, remember, please, please remember that confidence does not equal competence. And the most important thing, ask your teammates, ask your friend, how you can help them. I met a manager who was struggling with imposter syndrome in their team for a very long time, and he was reading a lot of books. He participated in many conferences, workshops, and stuff like that, and still something was not right. And he asked me, what I can do, Domi? Tell me, because I have no idea what else I can do. So I just told him, okay, did you ask your team what they need? And what is the problem from their side? And it was the clue. Like, each case it's a little different. So you can listen many presentations, you can learn a lot from books, workshops, talks like that. But the most important thing is to focus on your people and just ask them how you can help. Okay, it was from the ally perspective. What can I do as a person who experienced this imposter syndrome and who just want to feel better? That's the very difficult part of your job. But firstly, acknowledge your situation. So it's super important to realize, okay, sometimes I feel like an imposter. And start analyzing why I feel this way, when I feel this way. Maybe there's a specific meeting which makes me feel this way. Maybe there's a specific person. Maybe that's a situation. Maybe it only occurs when I'm talking about soft skills, when, for example, my main domain is, programming, yeah? Or when I have to learn something new. When you think about that, you can also notice that sometimes our body is giving us signals earlier than our mind. For example, I realized that I feel stress firstly in my shoulder, and after that I realized, oh my God, I'm stressed. So maybe you have also triggers like that in your body, and when you feel them, when you understand them, you can prepare for them. So you can, for example, drink your favorite coffee before the meeting you are stressed about. Or you can ask someone else from your team to help you during some difficult meeting. Second thing, focus on your strength. For a while, we can move to parallel world where Iga Świątek is 5. Do you know Iga Świątek? Okay, not everyone. So she's like the best tennis player in Poland. And just imagine for a while that she's at school, you know, she's playing tennis, she's super good at it, she's winning all competitions. But her mom is coming to her saying, you know what? I know you like this tennis and you are really good at it, but you have bad scores at math. You should focus on the math, yeah? Just stop playing tennis for a while. You should focus on the things you are bad at. Not the best approach. We feel that something won't work in this way. Maybe she will like average in math, but you should focus on the things that you are really good at, because in this case, you can excel in them. You can be the best one. You can't be the best one in things you are just average in. And it's better to be expert in one area than be average in everything. There are many, many ways how to discover your strengths. One of them is Strength Finder. So I strongly recommend this interview for you. Another can be asking your friends about feedback, what you are good at, what you should continue. Or just ask yourself, what are things that you love, that you are really good at, and you can spend the whole night, I don't know, coding or doing stuff. And focus on them, because that's your best investment. And when you feel like an imposter because you are doing something that is outside of your strengths, remember that, okay, maybe I'm not the best in, I don't know, Kotlin, but I'm the best professional in the world in web development. And remember about that, because it's your strength. And the other thing is something you are learning. And maybe someday you will be perfect also in this second thing. Number 3 is difficult in Poland, especially. So celebrate your successes. When we moved to the prehistoric area, it was more important to remember that our friend was ate by dinosaur, that we saw like nice sunset, right? It's kind of a logical thing. The problem is that our brain still works like that. Even if we don't have to worry about dinosaurs right now, our brain is more likely to remember bad things than the good ones. It should help us with preventing some danger, but it makes us feel bad, not confident, and worry about stuff. So it's super, super important to change that proactively. Make our brain remember more about our successes. And you can, for example, create some milestones. You can promise yourself some award after doing something great. And I'm not talking only about like big things like finishing studies or delivering a huge product for, I don't know, 100 countries or something like that. Celebrate things like, I don't know, I made my first PR, or celebrate things that I finished my first Coursera course. It's also important. You can celebrate with a cup of tea, you can celebrate with chocolate, you can celebrate with meeting with your friends. Just add something to your success. Remember to celebrate that properly, even if it's a small one. And remember that ain't bragging if it's true. In Poland, we are taught to, stay shy, don't talk about your successes, they will find you if needed. But come on, I did it, and I'm proud of that. And no one will know until I will tell them. So it's not bragging, it's just telling facts that you did something awesome. There's another thing I use very often in my life, and it helps me a lot, and it's called accomplishment folder. So It's also connected with this celebrating stuff. When I'm really proud of something I did, I'm just taking screenshot and putting to my special folder on the desktop of my computer. And when I feel bad, when I feel down, when I feel that I'm not good enough or something, I'm just opening this folder and looking, okay, maybe today is not my best day. Maybe it wasn't good. I made some mistake. But I have things I'm really proud of. And all of them are in this folder. So it doesn't have to be like digital form. Some people are collecting diplomas, some people are making some photos or stuff on their tables in front of the desk. But find a way to keep track of your successes or your accomplishments and go back to them after a while. Because, we are forgetting how amazing we are. Find your support system. And it does not necessarily be your team. It does not necessarily be someone from your job. It's cool to remember that even if I'm not doing my best job now because I came out from my comfort zone, there are people who support me. My sister, my boyfriend, my family, my dog. There are people I can call. They know that I'm great. They support me. They will help me. Call them if needed. If you are stressed about, for example, some meeting, call them before this meeting, just to check, they will believe in you. And, it's super helpful to remember that there are people who trust in you, sometimes even more than you trust in yourself. Magic words. We all know magic words like thank you, please, and stuff like that. But there's one more magical word, yet. And it may be surprising, but it's changing a lot. For example, I'm the worst person when we are talking about, mathematics. Yet, this one word changed our focus from I'm the worst person to I'm still learning. And someday, I will be there. Mostly we feel imposter syndrome when we are outside of our comfort zone. So we are learning, we are trying new stuff. Remember that it's the process. So when, for example, I repeat that 100 times, I will be there. And I'm not the best person yet. I'm the least experienced person in this room yet. I'm not good enough yet, because I can work on that. I can change that. I can improve that. And of course, I can be better. Number 7, stop comparing to others. Kind of obvious, But I think that all of us sometimes needs the reminder that what we see on Instagram or LinkedIn, that's not true. Or maybe that's only part of the truth. We are seeing some beautiful faces, new diplomas, new certificates, new job promotions, but we don't see what is behind it. There's a lot of hard work. There are struggles that the person had on their own, that they are not sharing failures or mistakes. They're just sharing their successes. And we are doing exactly the same. No one is sharing posts like, oh my God, I did this terrible bad thing at my work. No, we are most likely to talk about our promotions. So stop comparing with other people, but start comparing with yourself some time ago. I still have a Git repository with my first code wrote ever. During my first workshops when I was just learning what computer science is. Fun fact, I spent one day on building a blog. And when I came home, I forgot how to start that. So, it was super bad. And when I opened that, I see like, oh my God, now I can do something better in 5 minutes. And I spent like, half a year building this blog. And I was super proud of that. But now I can see how much I learned since then and how much I grow. And I strongly, strongly recommend doing the same. don't compare with others. Just think about your skills a year ago, 5 years ago, what you were doing last semester at studies, and how much you learned since then. And when none of that will help, consult with specialists. It's okay to just talk with professional about your mental health. It's like going to dentist or doctor when you got a flu. So remember that it's normal, it's typical, and they have a lot of information, they have a lot of knowledge and experience which may help also you. No one is you, and this is your superpower. So even if you don't know something, you know something in other area. You have your superpowers, you have your skills, you have your experience, knowledge, which is unique just for you. And no one else in the world have exactly the same skill set as you have. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a magic wand. I would like to just, say abracadabra or something else and change the situation. Also, I can't promise that my tips will help each and every of you. Each of us is a little different. Each of us has different struggles, different problems. But there's one thing that will help each and every time, and I strongly, strongly recommend that. When in doubt, just choose empathy. Assume the best in people and help them grow, because they will do exactly the same for you. Thanks a lot. And yeah, one more slide with credits. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay.
I have a question about giving and receiving feedback, because it's easier said than done sometimes.
Yes.
First of all, to give a proper feedback, so it's about the presented work and actions that can be made to make it better next time. But I noticed that some people still tend to take it very personally. And sometimes I have a feeling that it's either give only positive feedback or don't say anything at all. And it's very hard then to grow based on someone else's experience, right? Because I just don't know what's the perfect solution for that.
Like, again, there's no magic wand for that. But firstly, we need to practice this feedback. So if you give and receive this feedback regularly, people will also be better in that. Secondly, ask if the person is open for the feedback, because sometimes they have some personal problems, for example, with their relationships, or something bad is happening at home. So they can't accept this feedback, and they feel that very personally, because there's something much worse happening there. So sometimes it's better to start with asking, can I give you this feedback? And yeah, when you feel that it's taking personally, start with small things. Start to talk with this person about that. And you can just say that, we are talking about the work. If you have a specific event in mind, I can recommend the book Thinking in Bed. And there are many techniques described there for preparing for difficult discussions. And I think that's the case in this situation. So yeah, if someone is still ignoring this part, I think you can find something interesting in this book for you.
Right, so thank you.
Thank you.
So, do you agree with me that the more you do, the more likely is that you will have this imposter syndrome? Because when you do a lot of stuff, it is very likely that you also do a lot of mistakes. Because the more you do, the more mistakes is probably. There are many more ways to make a mistake. So do you agree with me or not?
Yeah, totally agree. But it's about doing not only a lot, but also a lot of different things, yeah? Because we can do crude for 40 years and only crude. So probably, we will just excel in doing super simple thing many times. But when we are doing a lot of stuff, especially in tech, when we have different problems, we are outside of our comfort zone. So we are trying new things. And yeah, I can agree with you that when we are doing a lot of different stuff, new stuff, when we are learning, when we are growing, we are making more mistakes, we can feel like an imposter. It's why I'm here, and I hope, it will help at least one person in this room. Thank you for this question. Okay, we have more questions here.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have one question according to things that you said. I would like to more understand it better. And as I understood, you said that some time ago, when we were struggling with imposter syndrome, the solution was to working with ourselves, and right now we are approaching to making a safety environment. And I don't understand it if you think that we just need to move to making this safe environment and stop working with ourselves. Could you clarify these two things? Because I understand that the second approach was replaced by the first, but I'm not sure if it was your intention.
Yeah, so it's like, that's my dream goal. And I believe that's the thing that will address the problem fully. So when we start building inclusive environment, diverse environment, it will lower risk of imposter syndrome for everyone. But unfortunately, it's a process, and that's a long process, and we can't make it in a short time frame. It's why I showed also things that we can do right today, right now, to improve your mood, your approach, your career, your life just today. So I think we can still combine those two approaches. Our dream goal, our long-distance goal is this building environment, safe, diverse environment. But for today, we can also work on our approach. And I don't think, you can use both of them at the same time. You can also read an article called "Stop Telling Women They Have Imposter Syndrome." It explains this approach much better than I, and I think you may find it interesting.
Okay. Hi, I have a question about how to give someone a bad feedback properly, because you were talking about sandwich approach. So how to give someone a feedback that something happened, something went wrong properly, so they will not think that I am attacking him?
Yeah, I think it's a topic for, much more longer than I have now. It can be even separate talk or workshop. There are many different techniques. One of them is called Foucault in Polish. I really like this one because it's telling about the fact that occurred, about feelings, about consequences and your experiences from this person. So it's like a framework for giving this all parts of good feedback at once. But first of all, remember about intention. So you are trying to help this person. You are not trying to, say that I'm angry or you spoiled something. Remember about this intention. Secondly, give them specifics. Not, you are always late. You were late with this project, and because of that, we had consequences, and I expect that next time you will deliver your project in time, for example. And remember that feedback is also a gift. So someone may not accept that, but you are doing your best to help this person. And we can also talk offline about different methods and techniques if you want. But yeah, because I think we are a little out of the time. So thank you for this question. Thank you for being with me. And yeah, remember about this slide. Thanks a lot.
Just a few words. Just a minute. The schedule is updated with the topics of the lean coffee tables. So check out the discussions. I recommend opening a confetti app or the DevFest Warsaw.
is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
So, hello everyone. I heard that you had a presentation about mental health just before this one. That's good, because I might harm your mental health a little bit. It is going to be hard presentation and fast, so if you get lost, don't worry. Everything is recorded, so you can find it on YouTube. And I will go pretty fast, so please let me, and I will leave questions until the end. So if you have any question, write it down, ask me afterwards. So effective Kotlin coroutines is the title of this presentation. This is the presentation about the best practices and the common use cases for using coroutines in real-life projects. My name is Marcin Moskała. I am an official partner of JetBrains for teaching Kotlin, a GDE in Kotlin, and author of a couple of books, including Kotlin Coroutines Deep Dive and Effective Kotlin. And everything I will tell you here is in this book, in the Kotlin Coroutines Deep Dive, as well as on my workshop, Kotlin Coroutines. But I would like to compress in these 45 minutes the most essential use cases and the best practices for using Kotlin. So a lot to cover. Let's get started with that. And I would like to start with building you some general overview of how Kotlin coroutines are supposed to be used in projects, in backend and Android projects. And in general, if you introduce coroutines to a blocking project, here is like some example backend blocking project, very simplified one. If you introduce coroutines in many cases, in most classes, all you need to do is to just introduce the suspend modifier. And so it's so easy, people just do that, and they use coroutines without understanding what is going on. It is not because suspend modifier is magical in a way. It is thanks to the amazing support that we received from many libraries. Currently, many data layer libraries, just like Spring Data or Retrofit, support suspend functions, and they suspend coroutine instead of blocking a thread when they see suspend modifier. And many frameworks like Ktor or Spring Boot suspend coroutines, and they start coroutines when you define suspend functions in controller. So it's so easy to introduce coroutines, but people start having troubles when they meet with some unusual cases. And this is what we are going to discuss in this part of the presentation. I divided our use cases into 3 layers. The data layer, where our repositories, providers, adapters live. The domain layer, where we have our domains, so on backend rather services, on Android rather use cases, sometimes facades, etc. And presentation layer, so this is where our controllers, presenters, view models live. I'm here discussing both Android and backend use cases at the same time. And as I said, data layer is probably the easiest, because nowadays nearly all data layer libraries have support for coroutines. In Retrofit, you just use suspend modifier. In Spring Data or Room or Retrofit, you just use suspend modifier if you expect one value. Or if you expect multiple values, you use flow. So suspend means that this function can suspend a coroutine, so it typically requests something and suspends a coroutine until the data are back. Flow represents a flow of objects, so you typically start observing on a flow and you can receive multiple objects. That's why flow is for multiple objects, suspend is for one object. So good libraries, and we have no problems. The only problems we have is when we need to use a library that is not supporting appropriately coroutines. And what do we do then? There are 2 typical cases, or 3 if you include flow use case. There are 2 typical cases. The first one is when you need to use a callback function. This is the whole pattern. You need to suspend cancelable coroutine. This is a function that starts a process and suspends coroutine. And when you receive response, you should resume this process. It is described in detail in this chapter and article, so you can find it there. It's just a repeatable pattern that is worth knowing. Remember about canceling the process when coroutine is cancelled, so in this invoke on cancellation cancels the process when coroutine is cancelled. The other typical use case is when you need to call a blocking function. you should never call blocking functions on suspend functions, because you do not know what are you going to block. Very often it is going to be either main thread, which should never be blocked, or the default thread, which should also not be blocked. If you understand how default thread works, you can easily understand that its threads should never be blocked. So what should you do? Whenever you have a blocking call that you need to make, you need to wrap it with context with dispatcher's IO. This makes this coroutine block dispatcher's IO thread instead of the other, the unknown dispatcher thread. This works if you are not blocking too much. There is only one dispatcher's I/O, and it has its own limit. This limit is 64. If you use it all over the place, one repository might block all the threads from dispatcher's I/O and starve other repository. That is why, if you are developing a library and you don't know how intensively your data layer objects will be used, or if you are implementing a layer an object that might be used extensively, this is especially a backend pattern, you should instead create your own dispatcher with your own limit. Dispatcher's I/O, limited parallelism, some number here. This creates an independent dispatcher with independent limit from dispatcher's I/O that can be used freely and will not interact with the rest of our system. You should also make sure that CPU-intensive functions are, as always, started in dispatcher's default. You can limit their parallelism if you do not want them to starve your dispatcher. If this is Android, you might, and you need to start something on the main thread, you might use dispatcher's main immediate, unless you know it will be used anyway. So then you don't need to do that. If you need to observe something that emits multiple values, more than one, then instead of suspend function, you should make a flow, and you create a flow using a callback flow function. You emit elements using try send blocking. Just send is a suspend function. It's very likely you cannot call it inside this observer, so you need to use try send blocking instead. And always remember to use await close. This is absolutely necessary. And if you can remove the listener in case of coroutine being closed, include it inside await close block. This is a complete pattern. This can be also found in Kotlin documentation. It also includes things like canceling this coroutine when this callback is cancelled, or even completing it when this callback is completed. So it's a complete case showing all possibilities. Again, it's always best to just use a library that implements it well. In modern days, that's the most common case. You don't need to think about others, and I hope you will just be able to use a proper library and not need to worry about making our own wrappers. And with such a case, data layer is very simple. It's just suspend function. It's calling suspend functions. Regarding the domain layer is the simplest and the hardest, because on one hand you can just have suspending functions calling suspend functions, and that's it. It looks just like in the services implemented with a blocking approach, blocking manner. However, this layer also gives you very nice opportunities that we often use, especially opportunities to make things asynchronous. If you want to make two things asynchronous in Kotlin coroutines, you always need to wrap your function with a coroutine scope, and inside it you can use async await or launch. This coroutine scope is necessary, and it is there for a purpose. You might be wondering, why do we need that in Kotlin if it's not present in JavaScript or C#? It is because Kotlin has much more precise cancellation system. If, for instance, getFriends has an exception, this exception is propagated to the scope and cancels getProfile. In JavaScript or C#, getProfile would never know that it is not needed anymore. So cancellation in Kotlin is much more precise, and it is very important to use those functions according to their design. Though you should also understand that how this mechanism works, that if this is cancelled, this cancels other children's. It throws an exception. This is what we want in the typical case, but not always. Sometimes we have cases when you want to start multiple independent processes. Like here, notify analytics starts a couple of coroutines. Each is supposed to notify analytics. What if one of them has an exception? In this case, I assume that if one of them has an exception, the others should still continue doing their work. Yeah? They should not be impacted by that. In such case, instead of coroutine scope, you should use supervisor scope. Supervisor scope ignores its children problems. More about that in coroutine scope functions. There are also other tools like with timeout or null or with timeout that give specific time for coroutine. If it is exceeded, they cancel this coroutine. So we have a lot of ways to control execution of our coroutines. It is also worth to know how can we synchronize coroutines. So imagine the following case where we have some flow, event flow, that is a place where you can subscribe send events, and it has its observer, the observer that is handling those events. So it's quite clear that you shouldn't send events before listener starts listening for them. That's just an arbitrary case. The thing is that if you want to make one coroutine await for another, there are two typical solutions. The most popular one is to use completable deferred. Completable deferred is an object that can be completed, and it can be joined. When you join it or when you await it, then you await its value. So whatever is sent is returned from await, but this will suspend. This will suspend until this completable deferred is resumed. So this is a way to synchronize between coroutines, to make one coroutine between the other. This is waiting until that is finished. That's a pattern worth remembering. And instead of completable deferred, you can also use a job. I prefer completable deferred, but notice that such a thing is also possible, and it is used in a very similar way, complete and join. Okay, pretty often we have a situation when we want to start an async process for every element in a list. This is the pattern, how we deal with that. We need to wrap everything with a coroutine scope, map async, and then await all. Popular pattern, so I extracted a function a long time ago. You can find it in here, Kotlin coroutines recipes. Don't use it as a dependency, just copy paste it. It's a few liner, but turned out to be pretty popular. And then you can just call map async, and you are asynchronously doing something for every element on a list. Of course, there is also a range of patterns for flow processing, but we do not have time to discuss them. There are plenty of functions for flow processing, just as for reactive libraries. One pattern I wanted to mention, though, is that when you want to have one listener that can be listened by multiple coroutines, this is what we use, shared flow. Shared flow allows you to have one listener that is observed by many observers. It's like a mailing group or a Slack channel. One thing publishes, everyone can observe. So this helps us limit the number of opened connections or the number of observers on databases. And finally, the presentation layer. So this is where our coroutines start. Again, in most cases, we don't need to think about it. In backend, it is generally speaking enough to just use suspend modifier in the controller. Other frameworks like Ktor supports coroutines out of the box. And then you have coroutines. You don't need to think about that. However, whenever you have a situation where you need to start coroutine yourself, no framework will help you. For instance, you need to start a cron task or scheduled task or whatever, some some task, and you do not have a library that properly supports coroutines that could start coroutines for you, which would, of course, be a preferable option, much simpler. So if you need to start coroutine yourself, you need to have a scope. Coroutines always start with a scope, yeah? They can also start with run blocking, but don't do that in real-life application, that it blocks the current thread until the coroutines are finished. So don't do that in the real-life applications. That can be used in crude operations or tests, then we rather use run test, but this way is not for regular application execution. For regular application execution, everything starts from coroutine scope. On that, you can start coroutines. On coroutines, you can call suspend functions. On suspend functions, you can create scope that can be used for starting other coroutines. Yeah? So normally, we start with scope. On scope, we launch coroutine. We have suspend functions calling suspend functions. And when we need more coroutines, scope, builder, and more suspend functions. Okay? So what is this scope? Scope can be considered a configuration of a coroutine. So it says how our coroutine should behave to some degree, of course, and it also is a parent of our coroutines. Scope can be used to cancel coroutines, and it also can be used to decide how coroutines should be dispatched and what threads they should be running. On Android, we rarely create our own scope, as KTX gives us extensions like viewModel scope or lifecycle scope. But we are going to get back to that, because just because we have this out of the box, it doesn't mean we shouldn't consider how does it work. Okay, so we'll get back to that. So what do we do when we need to start a custom scope, create a custom scope? Practically always we should start with a supervisor job. Supervisor job makes coroutine started on this scope independent. Without it, one coroutine started on this scope would cancel all the others in case of exception. Supervisor job makes them independent. It ignores its children problems, so exception on one of its children doesn't affect others. Practically always you should use it. You might add some dispatcher. In backend, it's rather dispatcher's default. On Android, it is rather dispatcher's main immediate. The default is the default one, so on backend, you might as well not set it at all, though people often set it. Also, sometimes people create dispatcher based on executor pool of threads. The next thing is coroutine cancellation. On backend, we rarely cancel coroutines. Though on Android, that's a very essential mechanism, you know. Coroutines are typically bound to some views. Coroutine serves a purpose to fill view with data or update it or whatever, yeah? And so when this view disappears, all those coroutines should be cancelled. That's quite clear. If they are not cancelled, they are running for no good reason, yeah? Wasting our resources and trying to modify views, elements that do not exist. So cancellation is very important in Android, and you should, whenever you create a scope, you should consider when do you want to cancel it. We'll get back to that in the best practices. And the last thing that might be set, that is commonly set, is exception handler. It's not must, it's just an option. Exception handler can add additional behavior in case of an exception on a coroutine. It is often used for some default logging, sending exceptions, or showing universal message. On Android, we often use it to show specific dialogue in case of unknown error. On backend, we sometimes use it to send all the exceptions to some aggregator. Yeah? So more about that in constructing coroutine scope. So on backend, we typically define our scopes in some configuration, in some dependency injection configuration. On Android, by the way, we do the same. And this is some example configuration. And this is some example service, simplified service from a backend application with some changed names that is sending notifications to using a coroutine scope. Notice that this function is just starting the process of sending notifications, so it's like immediately completes. Yeah, it's just starting those processes and it's done. It's like starting new threads. Yeah. Then the coroutines can be accessed from the scope as they are started on the scope. On Android, on the other hand, if you wanted to create your own scope, this is how you could do that. That would be a typical definition. Maybe there should be dispatcher's main immediate here, supervisor job. You might add some exception handler that is, setting our exceptions to some live data that or mutable state flow, depending on how you implement your application, and so that they can be observed and handled in some universal way. And of course, in case of this view model being cleared, we also cancel coroutine children. However, in modern day Android applications, we rather use view model scope. View model scope comes from KTX. This also could be view model scope from the previous slide. This is an example of a view model where, in case of different actions started by actions of our user, we are starting different coroutines that do different tasks. And do not get into details of what they are doing. You can see that each action and constructor start some coroutine that is doing some suspending operations, executing some suspending operations. I mentioned that we will investigate this view model scope. This is how it looks like. This is basically a copy-paste from KTX library. You can see that the built-in view model scope is very similar to what I showed you. It also defines supervisor job. It also defines dispatcher's main immediate. That's how this works. And it also defines cancellation. So when when view model is closed, the coroutine scope is cancelled. That's how this works, and it is one for the whole view model. It is having a caching mechanism that is reusing the same object for this view model. And if we discuss this data layer, it is worth mentioning that on Android, on view models, we typically keep state on mutable state flows. This is a replacement for live data, modern replacement for live data. This is a object that represents a value that is observable. And it is observable because it implements flow interface, so it can be observed just like every flow can be listened on, collected. And we typically launch this process in view model scope. And this is how we can observe view model properties. So the so mutable state flows or state flows are observed on the views, so that whenever someone changes this mutable state flow on a view model, this is observed on our activity or fragment that modifies how our view looks like. Okay, I think that is nearly end of this layer. The last thing I wanted to mention is this pattern that also seemed to be quite popular. State flow can be also constructed based on a flow. So if you have a function that returns a flow, you can just transform it into a state flow, what is often utilized to simplify our view model implementation. I'm not a very big fan of this pattern, but it is worth mentioning. It seems to be quite popular, and I have no arguments to criticize it. Also, it is not uncommon to use shared flow as an aggregator of changes, as a place that can be observed by multiple observers and where multiple coroutines can send some updates, and each of those updates will be sent to all the observers. Yeah, again, just like a Slack channel, someone sends something, everybody receives it. It's also a popular pattern on this layer. And with that, I think we can move to another section, which is about the best practices. My humble collection of best practices, of course, inspired by other collections from Google, from other authorities. Though I think it's including a lot of my own experiences, and I would like to present them briefly to you. First of all, and this is one of the things that troubles me the most, pretty often I can see people starting async processes to immediately await them. This makes no sense whatsoever. Why starting asynchronously if you await it immediately? You know, you start asynchronously if you want to do something asynchronously with this process. Yeah? If there is nothing important going on between async and await, this async await should be removed, can be replaced with the code. Unless you use this async to change a context, then it should be replaced with context. That is a surprisingly common mistake that I can see in many projects, and I hope that people could notice that more often. Why complicating simple things? Of course, there is one exception to this rule. If you consider this code, here we start 3 async processes. One is waiting for the other, but still 3 async processes. If you think about it deeply, you will notice that one of these async processes can be removed. Do you know which one? The last one, you know, you start this asynchronously, you start this asynchronously, and then this is happening. So still 3 things happen asynchronously. Yeah? So technically speaking, we could, you know, eliminate last async await, the behavior would be the same. However, in this situation, I think it is worth keeping this async, as this improves readability. You know, not everybody knows this pattern, and this explicit async improves the readability of this solution. So this is not where I want this pattern to be applied. This is a correct pattern. I would keep all async processes explicit if there are a few things you start and then await them all. The next rule is that with context, with empty coroutine context, works exactly the same and should be replaced with coroutine scope. I often had this question, what's the difference between those two? There is no difference. Coroutine scope cannot change a scope. That's why, cannot change context. With context must change context. That's the only difference between them, okay? If coroutine scope could change context, it would be named with context. If with context could not change context, it would be named coroutine scope. This could also have the same name, doesn't really matter. The behavior of those two functions, those two structures is exactly the same. And so if you use with context with empty coroutine context, replace it with coroutine scope. That's not common, but well. Instead of map it await, use await all. Await all is more efficient, and in some cases more appropriate. Not in this one, but in some cases the map it await will await for the coroutine that has failed, when await all will cancel immediately as any coroutine has failed. So await all is more appropriate. However, regarding this pattern, I will repeat myself. I prefer using this custom function, which is simple and turns out to be quite useful. So I also recommend you having it. By the way, in these coroutines recipes, you can find other useful functions that I collect from my projects that I was copy-pasting from project to project. So I started collecting them there. You can feel free to copy-paste them. Suspend functions should be safe to call from any thread. We already discussed it briefly. You need to beware to never block a suspend function unless it is started in a dispatcher that is designed to be blocked. Yes, you need to be very careful with this one, because the dispatcher that is typically used in our domain layer is either dispatcher's main, that should never be blocked because it means our application being blocked and application not responding, or on backend it means dispatcher's default. Dispatcher's default is limited to as many threads as you have CPU cores. So if you start blocking them, you are very quickly out of threads. So you should be very, very careful to never block an arbitrary dispatcher. All your functions, all the suspend functions, should be safe to be called from any thread. That means if they are blocking, they should be wrapped with context dispatcher IO, or dispatcher with custom limit, or dispatcher's main, or dispatcher's default. You choose, depending on what use case is that, but certainly not. But certainly they should have some dispatcher specified. And instead of dispatcher's main, we prefer dispatcher's main immediate. Dispatcher's main immediate was introduced as a improvement over dispatcher's main. The difference is that dispatcher's main immediate is not redispatching when it is not necessary. So if you switch from dispatcher's main immediate to dispatcher's main immediate, you can just continue. You are not redispatching, so it is faster. In some situations, someone might argue that redispatching might be good because it is not starting other processes, but those are very extraordinary situations. Generally speaking, use dispatcher's main immediate. Whenever you have multiple operations that are either CPU intensive or blocking, you should divide them with yield. Cancellation mechanism in Kotlin is based on suspension. If you do not have suspend function, a coroutine cannot be suspended. It can only be, cannot be cancelled. Coroutine can only be cancelled at suspension point. That's why if you have multiple CPU intensive or blocking non-suspending functions, if this coroutine is cancelled, without those yields, this process will not cancel until the end of this coroutine. Yeah? If you want to allow its cancellation, you need to put those yield blocks. They allowed for cancellation. Yield is suspending and resuming, and with that it is checking if it shouldn't be, if this coroutine shouldn't be finished because maybe it is completed. It also gives space for redispatching, what allows us to more efficiently use our resources. You know, maybe you are running this process on a single thread dispatcher, and other processes are waiting for this thread, and you are starving them by making a very long operations. That's why this yield is very important. I lost timer, by the way. If my host can help me with that, it would be nice to know how much time do I have. And here we start an area that is a little bit harder because this requires a little bit of explanation of how coroutines works. So you should understand that suspend functions await the completion of their children. And this is a general task. Many Kotlin developers, even experienced Kotlin developers, seeing this code believe that this code would print before and immediately after, because in long task, those two processes happen in a coroutine. Thank you. Though it's not true. It's not true, because coroutine, in Kotlin coroutines, there is a rule that every scope awaits its children completion. What includes the coroutine scope function. Coroutine scope function cannot complete until all the coroutines inside of it are completed. So this function execution will take 2 seconds. Yeah? The execution of that is first before, then we wait 1 second, we sprint done, another 1 second, done 2, and only then this scope can complete, and only then we can print after. What is very important behavior of coroutine. That's a very important behavior because it allows us to know what happens after what. You know, it's not like in callbacks when you can easily get lost in what is happening after what. In coroutines, by default, if you start a suspend function, this suspend function will await for everything it starts inside of it. It is unless it is using outside scope. But if it's not using an outside scope, if everything is based on its own scope, then it must await all the processes it completes. If you want it asynchronously, wrap it with lunch, okay? But by default, it will await all its children completion, what is an essential behavior intentionally introduced to Kotlin coroutines. That also means that using lunch in the last line of coroutine scope makes no sense whatsoever. You see, we start another coroutine that is a children of this scope. This scope awaits for that. So this lunch is useless. We could not have it, and the result behavior would be exactly the same. Yeah? We are awaiting this send event function completion. Can you see that? This is also a common mistake that I see surprisingly often, and this one is especially problematic because it is confusing people. People think, I start that, I'm not waiting for that, I continue. No, you are waiting for that because scope is always waiting for its children, okay? If you don't want to wait for that, the only way is to start it on an outside scope. You know, you need to use a scope that is not the scope of this coroutine scope, yes? Only then the process is not awaited. And if you see code like that, and you don't want to use an outside scope, just remove this launch to not confuse people, okay? Another very common source of problems in Kotlin coroutines projects, very common source of misunderstanding, is that people do not understand that job is not inherited. It is the only context that is not inherited. It is used as a parent of a coroutine. What does it mean? If you use run blocking with supervisor job, this supervisor job will not be a job of this run blocking. This run blocking will use a regular job as its job. This supervisor job will be its parent, okay? And supervisor job ignores its direct children problems. That, effectively speaking, means the supervisor job in here is useless, okay? Because if you have an exception on one of the children of this coroutine, the children cancels parent, which is run blocking, which is having a regular job. Parent cancels other coroutines and throws exceptions. It also informs its parent, which is supervisor's job, and ignores it, but well, and so what? Nobody cares. We would have exactly the same result if we had no supervisor job in here whatsoever. It is only confusing people thinking that they change the behavior of this code. Can you see it? Very common mistake, especially on Android. I don't know, I even see people on some tutorials suggesting doing that, and I'm always terrified. The same story if you use with context supervisor job. That makes no sense whatsoever. I hope you can see that. If one of the children has an exception, it breaks parent cancels other children, it throws exception, this supervisor job is useless. It is even worse than useless because it breaks relationship to the real parent. This with context should be a children of the coroutine that has started this function. And this relation is very important for cancellation, okay? Right now, if the scope is cancelled, this, I believe, will not be cancelled because this with context is not a children of the scope, see? So this is breaking structured concurrency, and I would like to never see it in any real-life projects. I will publish this presentation on my Twitter, by the way, if you wanted to reach it. And I believe it's also on YouTube and live stream, so you can find it immediately. If you want to ignore children exceptions, you should use supervisor scope. Supervisor scope is having nothing to do with context supervisor job, because supervisor job is actually using supervisor job inside of it as its own job. So it's a very, very different behavior, and those two should not be confused. And of course, the same applies to regular jobs. I also see people using like job inside of some suspend functions, and it also is not helpful at all and only breaks structured concurrency. Whenever you create a scope, you should use a supervisor job. I challenged this rule a couple of times. I asked people to give me counter arguments, and none of them were convincing. So I think unless you have a very good reason, you should just use coroutine scope with a supervisor job. Because if you don't, then an exception on one children coroutine will break others. And consider canceling scope children. That's a controversial rule, but I think it's also useful. It's not always useful, but it is sometimes useful. So instead of canceling the scope, we can cancel scope children, okay? What's the consequence of that? If we cancel scope children, we canceled all the coroutines started on this scope. But we haven't canceled scope itself. That means that this scope can be reused in the future. What is, of course, a benefit if we need to reuse this scope in the future? What if we don't need to reuse this scope in the future? Nothing, you know. The scope that is cancelled and scope that is not cancelled weight exactly the same. So there are no negative consequences of doing that. And sometimes you can find it useful when, for some reason, your job wants to reuse the same objects. And so I tend to do that by default. You don't need to, but at least consider if you're not reusing the same job in the future, because you know you don't want you cannot start any new coroutines on a cancelled job. When I was doing Android development using Kotlin coroutines, a colleague of mine gave me a very nice heuristic that stayed with me for a very long time. He told me that deciding on which scope do you want to start your coroutine is a decision when do you want it cancelled. Yeah? In Android, every scope is bound to something, typically to some view, activity, view model, scope, whatever, or application. It is bound to something, and so it is cancelled under some specific conditions. So it is especially true on Android. It is sometimes also true on backend. Consider before using a scope, consider when it is cancelled, and remember that cancelling scope means not only cancelling its direct coroutines, but also its children. You know, cancel the relationship propagates. Yes, so if a function starts another function, suspend function starts suspend functions, that starts scope, that starts coroutine, that starts another suspend functions, etc., etc. All that is a children of the original scope, and cancelling that will cancel this scope. Sorry, will cancel all those coroutines. However, I think you should generally by rule not use a global scope. Of course, there are sometimes situations when you do not want to be bound to anything. You just want to start an arbitrary process without any configuration, not being a children of anything, and you can make an argument that global scope would be appropriate in such cases. However, I would create a custom scope anyway and use it because, you know, first of all, because I want to test it, so I will need to override it for test purposes, but also because of just, you know, possibilities in the future. In the future, it will be just easier to, if you are not testing now, maybe it will be easier in the future to start testing it if you do that now. Okay. And generally speaking, avoid creating standalone job. It is very hard to use it appropriately. People very often make mistakes. For instance, in this code example, this will wait forever, this join will wait forever. Why? Because job is active, we start some coroutines on it, they complete, but just because the children completes doesn't make this job complete, so this waits forever. Yeah, that's a very common mistake and misunderstanding. The general rule is that it's very easy to make mistakes with job, and I would advise you to not create standalone job yourself. If you want to cancel coroutine or await coroutine, instead collect the job created by coroutine builder. Yeah, both launch and async return a job. Of course, async returns deferred value, which implements job. So technically speaking, it also implements job. This job, if there is one, you can collect, and you can use this job reference to cancel, to await this process. This is something that we do. Or if you expect more processes of this kind. You can collect them all in a list of jobs. That's also perfectly fine pattern. Job is a lightweight object. It's not heavy. You can feel free to collect it in a list and just cancel them all. It's also not a problem if you cancel the same job multiple times. So it is it is fine. And finally, the point that is a bit controversial, but I would generally tend to try to apply it. So functions that return flow should not be suspending. Yeah? Suspend function and function that return flow are two different concepts. Function that suspends flow function that suspends produces one value, and it might suspend before this value is produced. Like you send request, and you are suspended before this request is back. Yeah, this is suspend function. Flow, on the other hand, is a process that is started when you start observing it. Yeah, just calling function that returns flow does nothing. It's like defining a flow, and all the processes start when you collect on that. Yeah, and function that both suspends and returns flow is like, I mean, I know sometimes there are use cases to separate the initialization of some elements and observing, so that's when people use that. But nevertheless, unless you have a very, very good reason to do that, I would avoid this pattern, and I would use either or. So you either have function that returns flow and that executes all operations when you start observing it, using collect, of course, or launch in, or you have a suspend function that just suspends until it has all data that it returns. Of course, this is a completely two different use cases. The first one is emits values as they come, and the second one is collecting them all and sending them all together. That's your decision. Which one do you need? Choose one of them instead of making a mix. And generally speaking, prefer suspend functions whenever you expect only one value. Yeah, it is especially popular in projects where developers had experience with reactive libraries, that instead of using suspend functions, they are using flow everywhere. Yeah, but that is not only confusing because you don't know how many values are expected there. It looks like they are observing active data everywhere. It is also much heavier, Suspend functions are lighter. They give you much more tools. They are generally easier to test. I would stick to having suspend functions wherever you expect only one value. And I do understand that sometimes some developers, especially Android developers, have reason to use a flow event for a single value. Convenience, pretty often we keep observable state in mutable state flow, and flow can be directly, directly stated in a state flow, which gives us which is just easier than starting a coroutine that modifies this state flow. So I do understand those arguments, and I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I wouldn't ask you to rewrite your projects just because of this rule. But if you can, I would tend to prefer suspend functions instead of flow when you expect only one value. And by the way, this lazily is still a matter of discussion. I'm not suggesting that. There are still discussions if it should be eager or lazy or while subscribed. I'm not saying lazy is the best. It's just an arbitrary option. Much more about it in Kotlin coroutines deep dive and on my workshop, Kotlin coroutines. I hope you will have a lot of fun with Kotlin coroutines, and thank you for your attention. Hey. If you are already late somewhere or you're tired, then free to go. You're free to go. If you have a question, then that's probably a good time, and ask for the microphone to have it recorded. You can ask me any question. It doesn't need to be about coroutines. It can be absolutely anything.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for the interesting presentation. I just have a quick question about concurrency. So you mentioned about completable deferred, and I was just wondering about how about using mutex? So how is mutex different than completable deferred? Because we can also achieve concurrency through mutex, because if I'm not wrong, it holds and releases the lock, and then it suspends and something like that. So I would like to know which one would you suggest to go for?
Mutex is very different and has different use cases. So long story short, just as you explain, what's your name? Sorry.
My name is Devesh.
Devesh?
Yes.
Thank you. So as Devesh mentioned, mutex is also a very maybe not useful, as it is not, I would say, used on daily basis, but sometimes you can find it very useful, especially if you write some util functions. Though mutex is also not an easy object to use. Mutex is like an object that has one key, and a coroutine can acquire it if it is available, or if it is not available, wait until it is ready. I like to compare it to a key to a toilet. There is only one. If you don't have it, then then you need to wait until someone brings it back. It is a bit hard to use it appropriately, because key, of course, can be easily lost. And then we have a deadlock. That's why we typically use a mutex using with lock, and we use it around objects that we want to protect from not being used concurrently. Can it be used in here? I have never considered that, but certainly this is a different case, because in this case, it's not that we do not want to allow more than one thing inside of it. No. We want, if you start 100 send events, you want them all to await for that, to be completed. And once it is completed, when the subscriber is ready, we want all of them at the same time to be resumed. Yes, so it's a very very different use case. Mutex is typically protecting a critical section. Critical section that cannot be used by more than one coroutine. This is just making one thing await for another. Also beware that mutex is quite tricky, and many people misuse it. If you use things, if you surround, for instance, if you surround a function using with lock, and inside of this function you use a suspend operation, then it's like you still have the key. You never gave it back, So all the coroutines need to wait before starting this function for this key to be brought back. Yes, so it is quite hard to use it appropriately. It's much easier to use a dispatcher limited to a single thread in general.
Got it. Thank you.
Was there a question somewhere in here? No.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was a lot of information. I have one question, and I'm curious how you solve this issue. It's really simple. When we have Android app with retrofit and normal authorization, sometimes the token is out of date. And I'm curious, which concept would you use to handle a refreshing token inside the authorization interceptor in retrofit? Because as we know, run blocking is not a good practice, but yeah. I always see it everywhere.
Yes, thank you. That's a fun case, because I do see it. I'm not sure if there is an article that suggests that and people replace it, because I actually see it at least in 2 different projects.
Yes, it is.
As a consultant. And that's one of the projects when I scrap my head and I think about it for a while, and then I said, okay, maybe in this case it's the easiest to keep it with run blocking inside of it. Because I believe it's not a very costly run blocking. I'm not sure what was the details of that, but the trick there was that it needed to be awaited, and yet it was non-suspending syntax. And I don't know. We could think about some details, but I remember when I saw that and I decided that it's okay to use it there. So so yeah, there are exceptions to the rule of run blocking, and there are also other exceptions to the rule of run blocking. Sorry. I remember a quite fun example on backend where a function that was scheduled was wrapped with run blocking. And why was it? So maybe we can compare it to, we can compare it to this function. Just a second. We can compare it to this function. Yes, this function is not using run blocking. The function that I mean instead of notification scope was wrapping that with run blocking. And why was it? It was because the execution time of this function was measured by an external library. You know, so if you do it this way, then you need to probably collect all the jobs and implement your own mechanism of calculating or measuring their execution time, what would be quite complex. And they already had a implemented simple solution when it was just automatically measured by an external library. And of course, this measurement was was based on the blocking operation. Yeah, so they intentionally wanted to block this function to be able to measure for how long it is, how long it takes. Yes, so. There are sometimes situations when you intentionally want to use run blocking, and it is the best solution. You just need to think twice before you use it, because it's too easy to use it, and pretty often it could be replaced with something simpler. So thank you for the question. I do not have anything better to say about it.
Thank you.
Anything else? There is one more question. I think it will be the last one. Sadly, I do not have any books. Sorry, I forgot.
Thanks for the talk. It was very informative. I have one question that I think that deserves an additional talk about single-time events. How would you handle that? Because we don't use live data anymore, especially single live data, and we don't use event wrappers. How would you implement it with flows, for example?
Sorry, a context. Is it backend or Android?
Android, for example, showing a toast.
And what is emitting this event? What is starting it?
For example, some error from login, and we show a one-time toast with a error.
So the thing is there is some event that is started once on Android, so I don't know. I mean, it's probably not what you are asking about, but generally speaking, the events from Android are handled by functions on view model. So what is more specific in your question? Because, someone clicks event, that was probably a function.
If we take a state flow and we want to show the toast only once, the state flow will replace this toast once more because it has a buffer. So how can we show this toast only once without replay to future subscribers, for example, after changing the configuration?
Sorry? I don't understand completely the question, but I have a suggestion here to use a shared flow. The shared flow is, I guess, if you want this event to be received by multiple listeners who are waiting for that.
Okay, thank you.
So, sorry. But channel is beware, because channel is different. If you have multiple listeners on the channel, only one of them will receive the event. So I don't know. Okay, so in so Kotlin channels, I often see this discussion when there is like only one subscriber and only one receiver, and this is the closest case to the thing that I showed on this slide. Where the hell was it? I just showed it to you. The one with synchronization with. I think it was here. So new slides, I don't know them yet so well. Oh yeah, this one. So this comes from a project that is having a similar, I understand, use case for what you meant, when there is this event flow that is waiting for all the events, and where there is view model scope, and when there are different senders that send this event. And there are two popular patterns used in here. One is to use channels with unlimited buffer, and one clear benefit of that is that if they are, if the subscriber is not subscribing on time, then the events are waiting for it. In a state flow, they also can be waiting if you use appropriate parameter for reply. But I understand it sometimes causes different problems because we do not want to receive past events. And the other pattern is something like that. Yes, when you when you use a shared flow and observe it. However, one team I worked with, there was this problem that they used this event flow, and by accident sometimes they sent first event before listener started observing it, yes? And that's when we introduced this completable defer that I'm showing you here. So this also needs to be considered if you use event flow. But channel I also see is quite often used in such cases where there is one listener that just needs to be synchronized and multiple observers that are sending it.
Thanks a lot.
Nothing. Okay, you know that we are after time, but we can continue.
Yeah, but
if you are
actually we have a
organizer.
break, and I have one additional question.
You are the organizer here, so.
So let's say we have like a lot service which keeps cache for us, and it was basically made for concurrency with threads. It wasn't made for coroutines at all. And right now we introduce coroutines in our project, and we are accessing this service through coroutines somehow. How do we, what is the best way to achieve synchronization with this service?
I mean, I'm not sure at what point do you mean, but if you migrate cache to coroutines, IADLE is quite okayish library. It's not perfect. I made my attempt to make a better one, but I never had enough willpower to make it stable and perfectly stable. So probably I would recommend using IADLE. Its only problem is that it is starting on a it is executing everything on an external thread scope instead of using structured concurrency, which I think is quite okay for the majority of applications. Just beware that things that are called by your suspend functions are started on a different scope than the process that has started this process. Is it the answer, or is the question?
Basically, yeah, we could have used like external library, but let's say if we would like do this by ourselves. So there is one way to use mutex just to synchronize it, and let's say we need to have like cache, which might be accessed from everywhere.
If you do not want to touch this data layer repository or maybe service that is blocking, then you are dealing with a situation where on suspend functions you need to call blocking functions. Yeah, so we are back in the data layer, and we are back in here or here. You cannot call blocking functions in suspend functions unless you wrap it with context dispatchers.io. or with context dispatchers IO with limited parallelism. Yeah? That's what you do when you need to call blocking functions on suspend functions.
Yeah, but there is one more case. So let's say we have synchronized.
Synchronized?
Yeah.
What
Java
is-
synchronized.
Yeah, the Java synchronized, I believe, can be transformed into, how was that? Sorry? Mutex with lock. I guess. Java synchronized. Ooh, I was thinking about other things. I'm just exercising my memory, but I haven't worked with such cases directly. I believe that Java async tasks can be transformed into Kotlin async or something similar, but I would need to check to to do that. I haven't
Okay, that's cool.
Done it so much.
Any additional questions?
Okay, so recently I've came into an issue in my Android app with Jetpack Compose. I use shared view models. I share data between screens with that. And the issue is that when I have some screen with when I have a button, when I click a button, there is a call to view model, and view model calls coroutine. And for the first time, it works fine. I use view model scope, but when I go back from this screen to for example, home screen, I use it on a feature screen, you know, and I back to home screen, and then I go again to the feature screen, and there is a problem that the coroutine is cancelled. Do you have any ideas what can be a reason for that? The view model is creating again because the state is changing. I also debugged it and the instance is created.
That's exactly why I showed you this slide, yeah? To cancel children's instead of canceling scope itself. Though I do not know your case, you probably use KTX, which, as I also showed you before, is canceling the scope. I don't know how to deal with this exact problem of yours. Probably there is maybe a newer version of KTX or some alternative function for dealing with those shared view models on KTX. Honestly, I'm spending much more time on backend than on Android nowadays, so I'm not so up to date with the newest features of Android. However, investigate how your scope is cancelled and consider an alternative way to cancelling that. If you do not find any simple solution, you might consider creating your own scope following this pattern. It's very simple, couple of lines, and you have your whole scope. My dear group, I see that many of you have left during the last exercises, so I do not want to keep the rest of you in here. Thank you for your attention again, and hope you have a happy time with Kotlin coroutines. Za późno.
What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Flying, get on board. We're soaring on top of the world. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. Flying, get on board. We're soaring on top of the world. Flying, get on board. We're soaring
Hello. Hi, everyone. So I think it should be a good enough time to start after the game zone time. Who of you won it? Anyone who won some prizes? Was it good? Yeah, anything is okay, fine. So, yeah, if not, you can just grab Alex for gifts. And we have a couple of quizzes here as well in this slide. So if anybody is interested, they can actually win some. And again, he's responsible for the gifts, not me. So no bias on my side. Okay, fine. So I'll start off with my talk. My talk is more into engineering and app performance onto an Android side. And this is pretty much targeted towards how we at NordVPN have been using it. And this is more related to Jetpack Compose. So how many people here have been working with Compose? And I'm assuming it is on the production level code, right? So perfect. Before that, I'll give an intro about me. I'm Himanshu Singh. I work at NordVPN. I'm a Google expert for Kotlin as well as Android. And I'm speaking here on behalf of what we have done till now in our NordVPN side. So how many of you know NordVPN from ads? The YouTube ads. Perfect, I have something for you. So this is a slide I always pitch out. This talk is sponsored by NordVPN, and you get the privacy stuff, right? This is one of the killer slides I got to know. But yeah, apart from that, let's get into the agenda first. So we at NordVPN have almost rewritten everything in Compose. It's on production level as well. So we needed to understand why we needed app performance and why we need to start off making app usable or much more usable compared to how it was. It's a never-ending journey that we need to make sure that it's always one step ahead of what it is right now. So we need to understand that first. Second, how we can approach an app performing to be good. My point of reasoning being is, when we start integrating Compose, it does not feel that there could be any challenge of what we can use with. But when it starts to integrate with a lot of composable code, that is when we start realizing there is a reason and how we can approach towards it, right? That's the second part. So now, integrating performance integrities with Compose, that's pretty much the part of it. We used baseline profiles and its improvement. That's one of the things, the libraries you would be hearing a lot. So one of the things you might be understanding or seeing people do a lot of tweets about is about how we improved startup time. And that's pretty much every time you'll see on X. But here I'll be showing what we extra did, a certain aspect of our app, which made it better using the baseline profiles. And there is going to be a lot more. There are a few custom implementations we did, which we are going to share here. Now, Jetpack Compose and its basic implementation and how it starts, right? So everybody knows there are like two ways of integrating Compose. One is it in a fragment where we do like this, where we have a Compose view, we require a context, or we pass an activity, something, and just set the content. The second part is pretty much you just set the content, and this part is the activity. This is just the basic parts, right? How you start initializing your Jetpack Compose. But there are a lot of things beyond this. We just start integrating Compose in our place, and then we start navigating here and there, and that is complete composable. One of the saying of this was single activity principle. We have one activity and everything being Jetpack Compose. That's what pretty much everything has been said. So now showing one of the basic differences we did and we found out was an actual pretty much a usable thing in our startup time again. So I'll just show you one of the examples. So this is without integrating Jetpack Compose. This was the NordVPN, without integrating baseline profiles. And the second one, this is with baseline profiles. So there was an actual difference where we started integrating a library called baseline profile, which was a part of micro benchmark library, and that is where we used. So the entire magic of this, the startup time, was baseline profiles. But in another steps, we'll be also seeing not just the startup time, but the other use cases which we built around baseline profiles. So, but the basic understanding, we first need to understand what baseline profile does. Because for me to understand the basic understanding of how baseline profile actually works was quite different of how the documentation interpreted to us. So let me break it down and let's understand first what is that specific magic what baseline profile does to make our steps or make our app a bit faster, be it the startup time or any user flow. So to give this context, I love cooking. So this is one of the examples I'll always give it to you. When you start preparing your meal, be it the lunchtime, the dinner time, if somebody chops out all the veggies for you, and then you start preparing your meal, it's always a faster time. And compared to when you are getting this, you have all the veggies and you have to chop it first, and then you have to prepare your meal, right? So the previous one is basically called ahead of time compilation, that everything you get is already decided and already planned for you. You just need to use these ingredients and you need to prepare your meal. The second one is whenever you start working on your meal and then you chop it. So baseline profile works on this concept of called ahead of time compilation. What it does, it takes the entire app or the user flow, whatever you decide you want to minimize this user flow for. You take that flow, you generate a baseline profile for that. One of the good examples is a startup time. When you click the icon, it opens the activity, and that is pretty much what we decide for. So we decide that plan, we compile that entire flow, and just push it and ship it with the production, right? The second one is when you do not do any kind of ahead of time compilation, you just leave how it is. And then you just run it or whenever you need it. So for example, if I don't push any baseline profiles in my app, in the production code, I would not be seeing any performance because there was nothing pre-compiled and shipped in the Play Store console, right? So that was pretty much the theory. Let me just run through a very basic integration of how we integrated baseline profiles. And this is just a very basic tutorial you'll get on the documentation. Yeah, and just to be sure, everybody can see it, right? Okay, so it's just creating a new module from file. There are few integrities where you need to put data. This all thing has been taken from the developer's Android documentation. So you can pick it from there, but you need to select macro benchmark, that application. For our case, it was NordVPN. The module name, whatever you want to name it. The package, the language, and the minimum SDK. This is the reason how you select and create a module. Second one is basically Android manifest. So to run a baseline profile into a certain application, in our case, again, it's a NordVPN app, you need to add this tag in the Android manifest of profilable. What it does is, it just profiles the app. It tells the library that you can actually profile this app to create a certain user flow and pre-ship it with the development console, right? This is another thing that you need to do. And lastly, you need to add this in the benchmark code. This is a benchmark code which you need to add in the build Gradle file, right? Inside this, the only thing which you need to take care of is this rules, the baseline rules. There's a ProGuard file where you need to add one single line that is don't obfuscate, because the reason is when we ship a certain code, there are thousands of files which are shipped with your app bundles to the Play console. So if you obfuscate that, the entire thing just becomes just-in-time compilation again. So if you want everything to compile before it, you need to add this don't obfuscate. That's pretty much what you need to do in the rules. And it pretty much works. So this is the entire step, right? But the bigger question, when we start discussing or when we start thinking about anything, when we have to think about baseline profiles, is what you need to minimize the user flow for. One of the premium examples is always having a startup time to be compiled for. And that's a pretty legit use case. But an app or any production app, for our case, not VPN, or for example, Spotify in this case, you cannot just compile a startup time and you can think that baseline is actually improving our user flow. Because for user to understand, that's not a critical user flow. So first, what we did was, we sat with our product owners, we decided what is a critical user flow that we need to use for, right? So in some cases, it could be authentication flow, because what we want is, we want to log in a user as fast as possible, because there's always a drop rate. When it's a premium app, what you need is, you want a user to log in, and then if the payment flow is triggered, it should be faster enough. Startup time is definitely one of them. In our cases, we also have servers where we list out like, I don't know, thousands of servers and where you need to connect to the VPN server. That is our most critical user flow. So we decided that we have to make this sure that baseline profile works for all the critical user flows we have. So for that, there are like 5 or 6 different user flows we wanted to minimize for. Startup time was definitely one of them. So now we could either decide to write entire code of 5 different logics separately, or we decided we can have, or what you call as a wrapper class or a scaffold class or an abstract class, which does a common call of all the screens at once, and all the user critical journeys, we will just implement this file. So if you can see this, we have an abstract class, which we just created a scaffold. Here, the main invoking part was 2 things. One, there is this abstract function which will be implemented, and that is the invoke function. This invoke function will be called inside the profile generator function. What this function does is, initially it takes the iteration and it runs and collects the baseline profiles for 15 times. If you see a documentation and the baseline profile, it generally writes 5 times of iterations is good enough. But when you're working on a production grid, maximum iteration recommended is 15. The reason being is, if you run it in the single figures, 5, 9 times, the generation of data could be unstable. So having minimum of 15 times gives you a surety that this is not going to be a fluke of a data, but this is going to give you an actual production usage of data, right? So that is why the max iteration for us was 15, and this is where we collected the baseline profile. The package name is the name where we created of our NordVPN. It could be of your app, it could be of any other app you're working on, or even any other open source library you might be working on, right? So this is our scaffold generated, and we completed our baseline profiles, right? Now, the setup was done. Now what we needed to do is, we needed to optimize any user flow which we have, right? So to start off with, we have this startup baseline profile. And now here what we do is, we implement the baseline generator scaffold. This implements the invoke function, right? This one. And here we just don't do anything, just call the activity and wait for whatever next has to happen. So in this use case, what happens is it clicks the icon, it opens the app and leaves it in whichever state it is. It's just the specific use cases, right? Now, this is one of the use cases. Now let's say I discussed about the another use case, for example, the login user flow. So what happens as a user when you open an app? You first open an app, you see there is 2 options, sign up or a login. You have to click a button. Either it could be of a login, it could be a sign up button, or maybe you could skip it if it's a freemium option. But we do need to access this button, right? And there could be a use cases where, since we are using Jetpack Compose, we do not have resource IDs, but we need to invoke that component. So the macro benchmark library gives you an access to device, the device it runs on, right? And with device, you can find object by anything you want to know. So here you can find an object by a text. If you pass a test tags, you can use that as a resource ID as well in the semantics, and you can use that here to call it as a resource ID. And no matter what you do, you can find object, text, buttons, or anything, and you can just access the entire flow, and you can generate your user flow. In this case, I just named it as another baseline generator, but it could be login, it could be clicking to VPN, it could be anything, right? So now to execute, this entire flow of code has been integrated and has been done. So now to execute, we have to add the baseline Gradle plugin, which is obviously there, and we have to run this command, Gradle, and we need to run it for app and generate baseline profile. And this is not as easy as anything, because all production code have different level of variants, a production, a debug, maybe a Samsung variant, right? So at that point, you need to integrate the variant as well while calling the calls, right? And lastly, no matter what happens, you always have to run this release on a release build. The reason of running this on a release build is because a user needs to have an optimized flow on a release profile. They do not care how your debug build looks like. it also has to look better on the release, right? So no matter what, you always run this on a release build. Now, when we run these generator plugins, where do we generate? Because either you can use your devices, but the devices has to be of a certain configuration we'll discuss about, or it has to be on your emulator or your Gradle managed devices. So what devices you can run this on? Either you can run it on a rooted device, but just to run on a rooted device, you first have to root it, and I don't have a rooted device. So the other option Google gave us was a managed device, Gradle managed devices. And you can set this up, Gradle managed devices, and with an AOSP image, one of the cleanest images you can get, and it's a pre-configured option. You can use this and run it directly. Now, all the files that are being generated will be in the specific module, the app module, and it will be lying under this src release generated and the baseline profile. All the files are going to be inside this, and they will look like this, baseline prof.txt. Right? That is how your file is going to look like. If you see it's just a bunch of text file, you will not understand anything. You will see the function name, sure, but you will not understand it. The only reason what this does is that specific text file gets shipped with your APK or your app bundle. And as a result, for the users, it starts getting much smoother for no matter what user flow we decided to move on, right? Now, this is the theoretical part and the implementation of NordVPN, but on our release process at Nord, how we do it, because you cannot generate baseline profiles each and every time. It's a tedious process because it takes a couple of hours, I think. And with iteration of number 15, it definitely takes a lot of time. So at NordVPN, when we decide to run our baseline generation, whenever we decide to there is a release going on, first we create a release branch. We have created a CI pipeline where we trigger that CI for baseline profile. So on the CI, it starts generating. It does not hassle any other developers we have because we just keep working on the develop branch. We just trigger the baseline profile. And when the baseline profile is generated, it commits to the code, to the release branch. So when this flow happens, right, the entire flow, now we have the latest updated baseline profiles, which has been committed. And then we just ship the release. That's pretty much the user flow we decide and we work with at NordVPN, right? Now, moving on to other aspect of how we decided to elevate our performances, one was definitely baseline profile. But another one was when we start shipping a lot of composable codes, you see a lot of unnecessary recompositions, right? Has anyone faced an issue when they started writing compose code and had no recomposition issues? Everyone does, right? So what's a recomposition? Anybody wants to give a shot? What happens when a recomposition happens? Yeah. So basically, it redraws the entire thing. What happens whenever there is a composable that has been drawn on the screen, and just to give context, you've not worked on compose. Composable is basically a UI tree which draws a UI. So at first, it draws on the initialization of the function, no matter what you decided. Let's say a list of items. Then there is some change on the data set there, whatever has been provided as a parameter to the composable function. That is where any changes is provided, right? And then when there is any change, it will redraw itself. That's the entire concept of recomposition. And no matter which talk you hear, this is a very common line you will always hear people saying, we should avoid unnecessary recomposition. We should avoid unnecessary recomposition. How can you achieve this? And what do we mean by unnecessary composition is what we'll see further. So when we say unnecessary composition, what happens? Let's say a composable has another composable. The child composable might not have a different set of values, but if its parent starts changing its value, the child will also change. In this case, what we want, the child not to recompose itself because there was no value change. That's what we need to achieve, right? So for that, what we have to do is, any composable function, we need to first make sure we have to use a stable parameter. When we talk about stable, there are two different notions in compose. When we say what's a stable thing, there is an annotation called stable, and there is also a required value field called for the parameter is called stable, right? So what's a stable or an unstable parameter? Firstly, if all the parameters in a composable function is stable, recomposition won't happen if it's an unnecessary one. It will happen if there is a value change, sure, but if there is an unnecessary one, it will not recompose itself. So to make sure we always have a stable parameter, we need to write a certain code in that way. If it's an unstable parameter, which we will again discuss, it will recompose any composable, recompose itself in any way if its parent is recomposing. No matter what, if the value changes or no, if the parent changes, the child will recompose itself. So we have been speaking a lot about stable parameters, but what exactly is a stable params? When we work with data classes, let's say UI state, a view state in a view model, which draws our UI, right? One of the recommendations is, no matter what happens, your UI part or the data class state part has to be, or everything has to be val, and not using a var keyword, because var is unstable for compose, right? We should never pass a collection or an observer in a parameter of a composable function. Collection means list, right? Or for example, set, mappers, anything. And observers like flow or even live data, these are unstable parameters. We should not pass it. And that's a very hard rule. Unless and until you definitely need it, like for example, you need a flow which has to be passed, there is no other choice for that. But if it's not, avoid using it. Now, when we have any collection to be passed, for example, a list, right? Either you can create a wrapper class or you can use a Kotlin immutable library. We had not decided to go with a wrapper class of a custom one and not decide to go with an immutable library, because if I'm not wrong, in the last 12 months, there has been no single commit to it. So not sure if that's a stable one, if this has been archived, but there's no continuous updates to that. So, and it's not a very huge ask to write a wrapper class, right? So how we decided to write a wrapper class? When we have to pass, let's say, a list or any collection per se, you can just wrap it inside a data class like this, how we did in a customer state collection, and we have an item, the list, whatever you want to pass. And now, in place of passing a list in the parameters, you can pass this. But the magic here is the immutable annotation. What immutable does it wraps around entire composable items here and the list, and it tells the stability of the composable function as stable. It marks it as a stable function, right, rather than having a list. So what are the ways we can test unstability of, I'm not sure if it's unstable, instable, but unstability of a composable? How do we test it? That's the major function, because when we start developing the code, again, at a point at the hindsight, you will never see a difference going around, because it's too easy to see, because when we start using a phone, it's always 8 GB RAM or a 16 GB RAM, even more, right? So for that, this instability factor would not count. But when you have to test it, maybe testing in a very lower end device and seeing how does this work would make sense. But with all practical reasons, we never have that lower end phones, because I even test my code in Pixel 7. So that works. So how do we test this in our development process? The first way is to use a layout inspector. Whenever you write something, whenever you run and test it, you have to see the recomposition count and the skip counts, right? If the recomposition starts increasing a lot, at that point, you need to see how to tell the code not to recompose itself again and again, and the skip count. So in any case, recomposition should not be unnecessary. Again, if the data changes, it will recompose. If it does not, it has to work, right? So what we have to counter right now is, we need to know whenever we write our code that our code that has been written is stable or no, right? It's pretty much like how we do our code reviews. If you write a code, you have to open a pull request. Somebody of your colleagues, your team members have to check it, and if they feel it's good enough to be merged, that's more of a permission given by the team or the colleague that, yeah, this code looks good, you can go ahead with it, right? So we needed a certain procedure, how we can approach that solution and make it work. So there is a concept or a plugin which generates a certain report. It's called Compose Compiler Reports. which generates a report of all the composable annotated codes, all the composable codes in our application. So we tried using that as our day-to-day linting tool for composable codes. Because whenever you start migrating to compose, it might be a use case where sometimes as a person who are reviewing the code might skip it, might forget seeing every nuances in the code. So at this point, we thought at NordVPN that we'll decide and we'll use the compose compiler reports and make sure that this becomes our second eye to the review, and this helps us entirely. So again, this is a very big blob of code which you will find on maybe documentation anywhere. But this is basically in the project's Gradle file. You add this in the sub-projects, right? When you add this, the first part of the code tells you to generate the reports. It will generate the report of each and every composable file, each and every composable function in the code. And the second part of the code, what it will tell is, it will generate the matrix of each and every composable. Both of them generate a certain file, which we will be using later. But to generate it, this is the code again. You just have to assemble again it on the release build, and you have to pass a parameter. If you have any variants, just pass the variant value there, and again generate the same report. Now, when you start running this, this generates a couple of files. One of them is the class.txt. Why I needed wrote module here is because it could be any module. It could be a mobile module, it could be a TV module. So module is dynamic, which could change. So in this case, this will generate all the classes which is being used in composable files. So for example, if there is a custom class which is being injected or used in a composable, it will generate a report on that. Then we generate a txt file for composables. It will tell you which function is restartable, skippable on the composable functions which is there. This is just a theory again, not how it looks like. And then there is the CSV file. It generates the same thing, but for the txt composable file, and it just generates an Excel view or the CSV view. Now, how does this look like? So the text file, the composable.txt file pretty much looks like this, where it tells you it's a restartable of a scheme of UI composable because it renders UI. And the function name is fun server list. Right? If you see, there are the parameters that have been listed. The first one is an index, second one is a list of servers. The third one is a lambda function because on server click, and then it's an obvious modifier, right? But in this entire code, one of the major important thing, if you see, it tells you that this is unstable. So when you run this code, it tells you that you have an unstable server here or unstable parameter, which you need to fix. Because can anybody say why this is unstable? Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, so it's a collection. We are using a list here. So that's the reason it tells you it's an unstable parameter. Now, to fix this, what we can do is we either create a data class of a server collection and we just wrap the list of servers inside that. Now, what will happen is if I go back to the previous code, here in place of list of servers, I will just pass server collections, and inside the code, I can access my servers, right? Server collection.servers, and that's how I'll get it. Now, just by passing and wrapping this code into an annotated code immutable, this will work fine. But this is just a fix for a specific function that is our server list, right? But what if I want to use this entire thing in the entire code, right? So we need to create a generic first. So we at NordVPN again did this part. We created a compose collection and we created a generic file. If you use this, you can use anywhere and just pass the type of the list and it just works fine for us, right? Now, I just have one question for you. And if anybody answers, obviously he has gifts for you. He's like the Santa right now. So I'll just show you a code and maybe somebody can tell me what could be an unstable thing here. I'm assuming everybody can see this. And just raise your hands and yeah. How many do we have? Two. Okay, so there are two composable.com's password and subscription, which is for free, and some goodies. So I'll maybe pick 3 people. Okay, so just mark this out. I'll complete my talk, and then I'll come back to this. Okay, just to finish off my talk, how we measure and use the composable matrix in our day-to-day process. Because if I have to run our composable matrix every day in our time, in our development process, that's too much of developer time, which we use again. So what we did was, we again picked this up, put it in our CI, because CI is where everything, all the magic happens, where we don't know anything, right? So we integrated this as our reviewer for composables by default. So what happens, when we open a pull request, we run a compiler check on our CI, right? This entire process, which I said, which runs the composable matrix, this will be checked inside the CI. It will run, it takes a certain time, and hence it's pushed in the CI pipeline, right? Now, what it does, it will put a comment in the pull request, whichever you have opened. It pushes a data, like, for example, it gives you a markdown table where it says this is the function and this is the parameter, which is unstable. And unless and until you have fixed it, it will keep on sharing same report again. So for example, if you have pushed something right now and there has been an unstable code, it will comment out the code. You fix it, you push the code again, it will run again, and then it will see rest of the code is okay or not. If not, it will throw another comment. And unless and until, obviously, that comment is resolved, you cannot go ahead and merging the code. So now this process, the compiler matrix, is basically, in short, working as a lint tool for us as a developers in NordVPN, and it works fine. So this makes us sure that we do not just push any unstable code. And just as a caution, there is no such thing called unstable and too much unstable. It could be a point where I said already that there might be a point where you need an unstable parameter and there's no use to it. But wherever necessary and whenever you could pull it off, just make sure you write an stable code. Sorry. And with this, thank you so much. And we do a mandatory selfie every time. So if everybody is okay with having a photo, okay. Say cheese. And lastly, we have this blog about the entire Compose compiler report, if anybody wants to see how we perform the entire Compose compiler check in our CI, and that's been published recently. And thank you so much.
Someone should answer this. This person will receive one, and someone should ask you some questions, and you'll choose.
So, okay, there's a change of plan. Only one of the person can answer this. And then if you have questions, you can ask. And then based on the questions, the Santa will be giving gifts. Please. Okay. Not entirely correct. Anybody? Yes?
I think there are a few things that might be unstable here. For example, user contact can be data class, but from another module that will be unstable just because it's from the module that does not contain compose.
Okay.
And probably live data will be unstable, but that I'm not sure.
So which which one will be, two of or three of them would be unstable?
I would say contacts.
Okay. Anybody else want to try? No. Oh, yeah, sure, please.
Okay, so I think the live data will be also unstable, and also the context because there is a collection.
True. So live data would be unstable as well because it's an observer pattern, and collection of the list would be unstable. So yeah, apparently that's the first answer, which is right. Both of them would be unstable in this case. You did not mention the first one, right? Split it. He knows the better one, but yeah. So yeah, if anybody else has questions, we can take, yeah, please. Oh yeah, I'll be putting it on my Twitter handle. So I'll be pushing it out, yes, after this session.
And I have a question regarding the stable and unstable. Like, as you said, we should prefer using stable, but what was the use case that it's not like the default option? Why do we need unstable parameters there?
That's a very good question. I had a discussion about this on my blog. So there is someone who works on this Google team who told me that they thought this as an edge case where people would not be caring much about stability and the instability factor. So at that point, they did not consider as a default option. So now it became more of a choice of a developer if they want to do it. But now I think with 1.6, they're coming with an experimental version where you can mark everything stable by some code in Gradle. But it's not yet there. So that is the reason we have to do it till now.
Yeah, actually, that was the answer. Why is this library Kotlin immutable? Is not updated anymore? Because starting from 1.6, collections will be stable by default.
See? So that's the reason we did not use it. Yeah, but anyone else?
You haven't mentioned anything about lambdas, and there is one tricky part about this, because lambda can be stable and can be unstable. Could you answer?
Yes, that's a very peculiar use case, and I remember the specific use case where we discussed this. So in lambdas, the only reason where it can start becoming unstable is where a lot of composition changing codes happen inside the lambda. So one of the recommended patterns was, if I'm not wrong, to as much as outscope it of the composable annotations and rather expose it outside wherever you want to derive something. If you want to change something inside a lambda code that changes the composable itself, then the lambda will be unstable. One of the hacks a friend of mine came up with back in India was to put the lambdas, and if I'm not wrong, you also did the same thing, was to put the lambdas in remember, and that actually makes it stable. But on the longer run, if the best part is to always expose it as much as possible to the outsider for the composable scope, and that works. Lambda should only work on the use case where you trigger something, it does something. It does not do calculation, changes, anything related to the compose code. Anything which changes the compose code should always come from outside, not the inside of the composable. I hope that answers the question. Thank you so much, everyone.
about to finish the day, and also just to make sure. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining this session, and also thank you for having me here in the event. It's quite nice to be here also, 2 years in a row. Last year I joined into the other edition. It was in the university, so it was quite nice to meet again some people that I met last year, and also meet new people. Yeah. I would like to start just by giving you the context on the chat that we have today, and also to tell you that if you want to ask any questions, actually don't wait until the end. You can do it just like a chat that we are going to have today, and we can make it also more interactive. So it's not only me talking and you listen to it. I'm Rodolfo Diaz. I'm not Spanish, I'm Brazilian. So that's the reason why you don't see the Z in the Diaz. And yeah, it works, yeah. And I'm software engineering manager for ER International. It's a fertilizer company, so many people actually say how do you then end up working there? But the reality is that also that Yara has a research and development center where we do research for farming and also regenerative agriculture. And actually a lot of it is done via software, for example, or algorithms created by agronomists that actually we afterwards implement into digital tools that Yara creates. So I do not produce fertilizer, but I just make sure that we can use the fertilizer in the most efficient way, of course, and also in the way that will not destroy the environment. So we can make sure that food will be there for next generations as well. Together with that, I'm also GD for Web Technologies. Since just before COVID, so I did not do a lot in the first 2 years because of COVID, but now it's actually one of the nice things I've been doing so far. So sharing the knowledge with people from other companies and also communities. And this is my LinkedIn, that side. So if you want to add me, and then this is the Twitter if you would like to send any kind of feedback or just connect afterwards. And going to the topic for the talk. The main point that I wanted to talk about this, about leadership and about this talk, is all the challenge that we can face when we either start into the leadership talks, or even when we actually have this transition for this career. And I would like to, first of all, understand how we are in an audience. So I would like to ask you some questions, and then the answer is just you put your hand down, so I can actually have a better understanding. So first of all, not to stand up, but just to put your hand up. Hand up. And then, no, to keep it, sorry. And then I would like to ask you, first of all, who here is already working as everyone, please, is working as a manager already. So if you already work as a manager or a lead, you can put your hand down. Yeah. For the people that we still with their hand up, who of you would like to work as a manager? For that one, you can keep your hand up. Or as a lead. Yeah, you need to pay attention to this stuff. And I would like to ask
You? What's the reason why you would like to become a manager? What's the trigger for you there?
Makes it like a progress in the career when I first started technology and then start working more with people, more organizing projects, organizing the teams.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like for me, it's like an evolution of what I do, and it's progress in my career.
Mm-hmm. And for you? Mm-hmm. I remember that there was one person on this side. Who was the person that was still? Yeah, you. The second question for you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I feel that I have I have at least enough soft skills to be a good team leader. Something like this.
Mm-hmm. And from the job that you see as a manager, like what a manager would do and so on, what do you think would be the most challenging part for you? What would be the easiest? So.
What will be the easiest?
Yeah.
Maybe the most challenging thing is to find connection with people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And one thing also that we see a lot when we have, for example, this transition from individual contributor to software engineer is that some people that actually they try to achieve everything, you know, like in this transition. So they have a like really high expectation on what they can deliver and also in the impact that they will create in the team. And I think it's also something related to what we have like nowadays with, you know, like everyone wants to grow fast, which is really good. And then you have a lot of people like striving to like learn new stuff and like bring new solutions to what like problems they have. But also what happens often is that sometimes we just want to walk like too fast, you know? And just like a baby when the baby is like trying to learn how to walk and then they want to run, you know, and then they just do with the face in the ground. It also happens to us sometimes, yeah. I mean, not literally, hopefully. But just like to share with you one thing also. Recently, I started to run. So I was never into it. But one day I woke up and I said, you know, I'm almost getting 30 years old. And usually when people get into 30 years old, they just change their lives. So I will do something like this as well. And I will start running. And I mean, I definitely need some running. But the point was that I just woke up that day, took some shoes, and went to the street. And I literally just ran like from my house to the corner and then came back. And I was, for 3 days, we almost like not being able to walk, you know. And of course, like a normal person would actually see what's needed to run, like how to start running. But I was just like, yeah, come on, it's just running. It might not be that difficult, yeah, but it was a lot difficult. And just like that is what happens with us, you know. Sometimes we start working in a leadership position just because some promotion happened, because someone left the team. There was this open position, but we didn't have that kind of like preparation, you know, understanding like how would be the first steps for this. So in here, I just put some do's and don'ts that we can have as when we are like transitioning to those into this new step as an engineering manager or like a team lead, for example. And I would like to start with the do's, of course. And usually to make like instant noodles, you have to wait for 3 minutes. So I also have like 3 steps to share with you for each of these topics. For the do's, I would like to talk first about those 3 things. So being a leader, building the trust with the team that you have, and leading by example. So those 3 things, they are not like the complete truth, you know, so there are much more stuff that you need to do to be an effective leader, but they are definitely some things that you can work in the first step. The first thing to tell you is that you should be a leader, but definitely not a boss. And it can be like really complicated for you to understand that. Even like in the biggest cases, like when you own your business, so when you own that company, you have to understand that you are there to be the lead of that person, but being the boss for it, it can be like really difficult. There are some cases, for example, that I talked already with like other colleagues, that they feel, for example, that the people don't understand the sense of urgency of stuff, or even that they just don't take ownership on the stuff that is like in the pipeline to be developed. But the thing that I always repeat to the people is that if you are the owner of the company, you definitely have ownership. But the people working there, they have to have this sense of ownership. They have to have the sense of belonging to the company and so on. But it will be really difficult for them, really difficult, to build this kind of sense of ownership, like just what you have. Because they are not the owner of the company, definitely. So, about being a leader, the 2 things I wanted to cover also is like, when you are a leader in this team, you have to provide, first of all, this space for people to be developed. So you have to be like the person enabling the people development, trying to make sure that you understand what are the gaps that you have in the team. So for example, people that have a really good experience in this area of the company or of the domain that you work with, but they lack some experience in this other part of the business or of the application that you develop. And you are the person actually that have to like guide the people, you know, between where they should be working, where they should be focusing, developing, and so on. And this is actually not only related to the development when it comes into the knowledge related to the company itself, but also the personal development. So in a leadership position, you have this kind of responsibility of also making sure that you guide people well into what's the best for them. But take it in consideration, that's what's the best for them, not what's the best for you. And when you build this like development path, for example, or some kind of learning structure and so on for the people, they have to be in the center of the like reasoning why you are doing this, not the benefit that you take from like them being developed. And there are many ways to do that, yeah. So you can push the people to get engaged with like events in the local community, just like what we are having here today. Also, the other way to do that is that if you have if you have an office, you can host some kind of event in the office. This is just like the meetup that we hosted in the Yara office in Berlin. And you can never like push too much people to do stuff, of course, but you can give them the opportunity to learn something new, to get exposed to new subjects and new experiences as well. And the big part here, during changes, you have to be the person providing stability to your team. So if you work in a company, it's really, really, really common to have, for example, changes in the priorities of, like, you know, just in the beginning of the sprint, we defined that this will be the scope of the sprint, but 3 days later, someone just came and said, like, you know, this part here, we have to change. And what is quite common for us is to, first of all, get annoyed with that, because it's quite bad to have this kind of like too agile environments to work on. But what happens also is that we have kind of like angry at some point. We get somehow angry if it starts to happen like too often. And then once you see the person coming to talk to you in the office, you already do like, stop, I already know what you want to talk to me. And just to make sure, like, you know, the most important part here is like when you face any kind of change in the organization or like in the priorities or in the, I don't know, structure of the team, you should be the person giving the stability and not like running around and yelling and like getting annoyed, because pay attention that you have to be the person that will be leading, and people will take your actions as like a role model, you know, on how to react and so on. So if you have this leader in the team that every time there's a new change, they get to you and like, man, you know, these people upstairs, they don't know what they are doing and so on, and just get to complain to you, at some point, you become just like them. And in a longer term, it actually is like quite damaging for the team itself, but also for the company and like the organization that you work. And you are there in that position to be the person that makes the communication between the business side and what's expected from the company into the team. So you need to make sure that you can make this translation and like share with the team the better in the better way as possible. The second part is about building trust. Basically, 99% of the job that we will do will be relying on the people that you have working with you. So you have to invest a lot into building trust with the team. So make sure that you, first of all, like listen to what they have to tell you. Second, ask for the feedback, because it's quite easy for you to say like to someone that they have to change. It's quite easy to tell that someone is doing something wrong, but it's quite difficult also to you to understand that sometimes you are the problem, yeah? So make sure that you can actually understand what's going on and see that people want to say something for you, so please make sure that you can also allow them to give you feedback and don't go like hunting people after they give you the feedback. So make sure that the feedback that you get is like taken like in a constructive way, and building up the team culture. Going in each of these topics, first of all, like how to listen people. There are a lot of like ways, but one that I wanted to point, for example, is to have like regular one-to-ones with the team, because actually it's kind of connected to either listening and to asking for feedback. Depending the size of the company you work, you can also implement pull systems, for example, 360 degrees feedback. Also, if the company is way bigger, then you can work with like beacon surveys, for example. but it really depends on what works the best for you and in the size of the company that you work with and the size of the team that you have. When it's related to asking for feedback, what I just mentioned to you, first, invest a lot into getting this connection with the team so they actually can trust on you enough to say that something is going on and not something's going on. Something is going wrong or something needs to be needs more attention from you. Because it's quite often that also we have surveys, and then in the survey everything is great, you know. You get the results of the survey and it's like 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10. And then in the end of the month someone resigns because they were just stressed. And that's one of the environments that you want to avoid building in the team that you work with. So if you have direct reports, so people working directly with you, please go ahead, schedule some one-to-ones with them that you can discuss about their achievements in the company, what they want to do in a career development plan, what they can also expect from the company side, and then they have a space also to tell you about things that you need as a manager to focus on and dedicate more time to work with. Building a team culture is also quite important because many people want to have this sense of belonging, you know. Some people, they just want to do the job and get back home, which is also acceptable. But many people want to understand that these people that they are working with, they are much more than someone answering some Slack message or something like this. So working remote teams, it's quite difficult to build because someone is here, someone is in Brazil, some other people is in Germany, and then it's quite difficult to get people together. But at the same point as well, once you can get these people together, for example, in the team that I started as a lead engineer, I started when it was the pandemic, so we could not meet at all. So even if we would work in the same city, it wouldn't be possible to meet. And one of the first things we did when it was allowed to meet again was actually to promote a dog play date, for example. Then we got our dogs playing close to the lake. And it was also the first time to meet in person, you know? So the thing that I want to tell you, only the dogs enjoyed that. Because it was quite difficult actually for us to get some connection, you know? It was the very first time that I met everyone that I was working since the last 6 or 7 months. Everyone was just like a robot, you know, hello, hello, yeah. So it wasn't good in a person point of view, but at least the dogs, they got fun. And it was at least the benefit of this meeting. After some time, we also did go to the Union Berlin. So it used to be quite good last year, but this year they are quite bad in the Bundesliga. But I lived quite close to the stadium in Berlin, and we also just went together with this guy actually here behind. I don't know who he is. He just saw the picture and joined, but we work together. So he's the PO, he's the Scrum Master for the team, and they are the people that I need to work with most of the time and make sure that everything is going on. So it's quite common that we go for some events together just to make sure that we have this connection beyond the work, you know. In the next point, yeah, before the next point, you.
Yeah, how to deal with people who don't want to connect with the team members? I mean, they want to just do work and that's it. Don't want to have anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did everyone listen? Yeah. Can you repeat? Now with the mic, and then it's.
Yes. So, how to deal with people who do not want to have contact with their coworkers after the work?
Mm-hmm. First of all, you respect that. It's the most important, yeah. There are some people that they are just like, no, I want to be like with my space and so on. And you have to respect it. You have to allow people to like be comfortable in the way how they are in their work environment and so on. You can provide like other kind of like chances to be together. I don't know, playing online. For example, there is a guy that works with me. He works in, I don't know, like a really small town in Germany. And we meet usually once or twice per year. He is not also into meeting too much. But one thing that we do together is that we play FIFA, for example. So time to time, like once a month or something like this, we have we meet randomly and we play FIFA together. It also happens, for example, I manage one team in Sofia, not in Sofia, in Bulgaria, and it's located in Varna. So unfortunately, I cannot go there every week. I would love to, but it's not possible. And then what we do time to time is that we have some like FIFA championship, and then we have the PlayStation there in Bulgaria, and then another one, I mean, not in the office in Berlin, but I have it at home. So then I play with with everyone that's playing in the championship and so on. And this is at least like somehow, you know, you can provide all the opportunities like to connect with people, but if they tell you that they don't feel comfortable about meeting other people, if they just don't want, you have to respect it. That's the main thing. Any other question? I learned that this is normal now. I had the same thing in the hotel today, and they started speaking Polish, so I thought it was just anything. And then they started with the English version. I was a bit afraid, but no one in the hotel was running, so... But I'm still alive here, it's all fine. And moving ahead and talking about being, like, leading by example, I wanted to touch those two topics with you. The collaboration that we have to do, and also the most important part. So this is even the reason why it's the biggest square here. The respect that you have to have between actually everyone and the people that are working with you in the team. So in the collaboration point, it's quite often that we have this kind of answers, that, you know, I mean, I'm not going to worry about it because it's not my job, you know, or it's like it's above, it's like the level above, or like it's someone else's job to do. And the thing that we need to understand, when we work in an environment that not only being a leader, but actually even like a senior engineer, mid-level, junior, you have to understand that the only way to get things into production and actually to deliver the things which you are doing is actually working together with like the team. So you are only doing if you are a front-end engineer, you are only doing the UI, like developing the UI that you are doing because the designer did that. And then they have to work together with you to understand what's the best way to design it and so on. You are only showing the data in the screen because someone in the backend team also did that. So at some point you need to connect with these people, yeah? So make sure that this work that you are doing is actually pleasant for you as well. Because you spend so much time in their work, it doesn't make any sense if it's not something that you feel that you are doing like nice, you know? If you are spending the time in the work just with like something that's not giving you the pleasure of working with the people that you work with, you should rethink about it. And then also, like I mentioned to you, the respect. So it's quite common to have situations that you see someone, so like a manager or a lead, telling you, you know, if you don't do this, I don't know, I'll talk to HR about it. Or I would like to remind you that I'm the boss here. And it seems like really strange to have these kind of examples because they are like the really extreme. But funnily, they do happen. And actually, it's more often than what you think. So make sure that this is like one kind of example that you never want to have being shared from your mouth, yeah? And also not from your fingers, so don't type these kind of things. You need to understand that like, once people get these kind of messages, the first thing that they do is that they will, it's not like this, but they will start lacking all the appreciation that they have from the work that you will do as a leader. Second, they lack the respect that they have on you. They will probably not say anything because they don't want to lose the job or something like this. But it's not by threatening people that you get the respect. So make sure that you invest time to build that respect with the team that you work and that you work. And make sure that once you get that, never do something like this. Because once you do that, you break everything. And then you have to rebuild it. And then to rebuild it, you spend like more and more effort. Because once they get such kind of messages like this, the first thing they will do is just say like, yeah, okay, thank you. And then just like ignore like everything that you say after that. It's sad to say this, but this is the reality. And moving ahead, I would like to cover those two don'ts, what I see that are the ones that once we just transition into managers or lead, we get too often to face these kind of problems. First of all, I mean, the two I didn't show to you, sorry. So, not allowing mistakes, and also the poor time management. And also, again, the poor time management here is the biggest one because they often that will happen like more of the times, most of the times. What's the most usual reason why someone gets promoted into a lead position? Could someone answer? You? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm making you work much more, yeah? You?
Also, most of the time, the number of experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean... But covering what you mentioned, also like this topic about having the most experience in one thing, like in this topic, and then somehow, like I mentioned, you are the best, like, I don't know, engineer in the team. You know everything, you know, from the beginning to the end of the software. And then there is this opportunity. You are the one that's all the time like outperforming. The company wants to recognize that, and then they put you into this leadership position. But the thing that you did the best was writing the code, yeah? So you, like the codes we wrote, like really good test coverage. So I know everyone here is doing that, yeah? But like, what you did the best was like writing the code, the technical part. But sometimes it can not be the case as well. But you didn't have what he mentioned there, that you had a good understanding about the business, but you have also a good connection, like good talk to everyone in the team, and then you also have a good communication part. In the best scenario, it would be that you would have two of them, but the best scenario is really difficult to find, you know, like in a normal way. So usually you get promoted because of one part, and then you need to work to build up the other side as well. And once you get promoted because you said, like, you know, I did the best coding, you know, really good. Like every time people were like just impressed when they did my code review and so on. And then you become a leader, and then you see like, you know, that's not how I would write this part of the code. I would do it differently. And instead of just saying, yes, I would do it differently, but it's coding, you know. The code is written because of the way how you think in the process. So everyone thinks differently, yeah? So everyone has one way of solving problems and so on. And no one will write the code like what you would write. So the first thing you need to make sure is that you let it go. Understand that you are not going to be the person accountable for write this code. Learn that you have to trust in the people that are in the team, and that nobody will write the code like you would write it. Unless you are doing the two jobs, nobody will do the code like this. So make the space to people to think different from the way that you are thinking on how to solve problems. Your way of solving problems probably is not the only right way. So just give the space to people. Let them understand how they want to solve it, and then you can actually see that they deserve also like the space like to work and build the solutions in the way how they believe is the best. Because also what's important is that if you start to get too much into code and like in the technical decisions, you get into another problem, which is the poor time management. You have to do your job in the meetings and like aligning with the other people in the company. Talk about budget depending in the seniority of your position and so on. You have so many meetings. So this is the screenshot. I hope you cannot read it well. I tried to blur it. But this is the my calendar some weeks ago. And it's so common to have like so many meetings, and then there are some people that they want to talk to you, but they don't want to write you, so they want to talk to you, and then they invite you for a meeting that could be the Slack message. But that's just also the way how people work. So try to make sure that you, first of all, block your lunch time, yeah? So at least you get time for lunch. But also, like, try to like categorize the calendar that you have. Try to also like save space for talking to the people in the team. So like the yellow meetings are, man, it's actually possible to read. The yellow meetings are like one-to-one meetings. The purple here are interviews and hiring related stuff. And this is the coffee time, but yeah. But like one important thing is that you need to make sure that you can have some like breaks during the day. It can be just like 15 minutes or like 30 minutes, I don't know. But you need to make sure that you can somehow walk away from your computer. If you have a dog, you can walk with your dog and make sure that you like can somehow totally disconnect from work, at least once or twice per day, some like 15 minutes, just to give your mind this kind of break so you don't get into the highest of the stress level during the day. So once you break down your day into like smaller journeys, you can actually understand that you can get the stress of the accountability that you have during the day, but in a more like fluid way, so you don't get like quite stressed like in the end of the day. And just to remind you, first, you are not accountable for writing code. You are accountable for managing and growing the team that you have. And second part, that it's a career change. So you need to go ahead and like look for trainings. Try to look for like materials that can support you into this new journey. And if you would like to get a recommendation, this is a book that I actually didn't read. I listened it because I'm not that fan of reading, but listening is quite good. So Audible. But it actually gives you a quite good understanding on how leading and like managing people from different like locations and like cultures. Because I mean, most of the teams that you work nowadays, they will have like people from different countries, different like cultures and way of thinking, and with like different experiences. So you need to be ready for that. And with that, I would like to say dziękuję. Thank you very much for joining the session today. Yeah. That's, is there any, yeah.
Hello to everyone. So if someone in your team works really bad, but he thinks that he works well, he's not a bad person, but you should say him about how he works really. Probably you have some special tips or something how you can say it correctly. And the same question about if you have to say something that he will be fired, for example. It's also pretty tricky always. And yeah, we need to understand. Probably you can share your experience if you have.
Yeah. So starting from the end, from the firing part, it's quite sad when it happens. I really believe that nobody wakes up in the morning and like, I want to fire someone. I'm sure nobody is like this. So it's something that you, at least like when it happened to me, this case, it took me a lot of time to digest, yeah? But the first thing that you want to make sure is that once you get into the previous step that you mentioned, when you share to the person that they are lacking like in some of the areas that they are working with, you need to first of all make sure that you need to make this feedback about the problem itself. You need to make it clear for the person that you're not talking about them, It's not something personal to them, but you are talking about the situation that happened, and you need to make sure that you give it in a really not like, you need to make it like transparent, you know, so like in a not in a fair way, sorry. So in a way that they understand, first of all. So don't like speak too fancy, so they actually don't understand what you're talking about. So be transparent. Say that this situation that's happening is somehow like damaging the relation with the other teammates, for example, or the quality of the work that they are delivering is not the expected, and so on. And try to design with them some way, some like improvement process. And you cannot just like wake up and say like, look, you're doing this and this and this, and because of it you are fired. You need to, first of all, like understand that it's a person. So you need to create like empathy and understand that it can be that they have some personal problem that is like influencing the job and so on. So try to make sure that you give the opportunity to the person to fix that. Understand that they are like humans and it's like different from one to the other. And like monitor on how this progress is being made and so on. And unfortunately, if end up into that situation of finding the person, try to make sure that you explain them that this is about this situation that is happening. It's not because of them and so on. It's that thing like it's not you, it's me, you know. but you need to explain them like that's the reality. Like it's not a personal decision, but the decision that you are taking when you are trying to put in the first priority the team that's working with you. Because if you don't do that, and then the entire team like decides to leave, then you are like really accountable for that. Yeah. Any other question? Everyone understood? Yep. So I was actually talking about it this week because I'm from Brazil and I don't know if in Polish it exists, but in Portuguese, responsibility and accountability, they are the same word. We don't have a translation for accountability. Mixed, yeah. And I was having this training with the like person, and she's from Australia, and she was giving that example, and then I was like, yeah, that's true, I'm Brazilian. And I was actually struggling a lot to understand, but she understood it, but she explained it to me like in the easiest way how I could. And the thing was like, the responsibility is something that you can be held accountable for. So for example, you are responsible for like designing, I don't know, an internship program, for example. But then if you don't design this internship program and like all the steps and so on, you will be held accountable for not doing this. So basically everything that can be seen as a collective stuff can fit in the responsibility side. And then if in anything that can be targeted to you is an accountability. So that's the way how she explained it to me. And I needed to think, I don't know, for 20 minutes about it. And then I understood. So that's my way how to explain from now on. Thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. So that's the thing. So for example, if you are if the position that you have has the responsibility to make sure that everything is working. For example, so if you are, I don't know, a delivery manager or something like this, Scrum Master, then you have that responsibility. But then if for some reason something is not working, or then, I don't know, this team X or Y is not delivering, then you would be the person that will be held accountable for that thing not happening. Yeah? Thank you. So, thank you very much.
мало людей. Shall I start? Hello guys, nice meeting you all. Thanks for coming for GDG DevFest Warsaw 23. Nice to have you here. My name is Vlad Kampov, Vlad. Currently I'm senior UI engineer at Netflix. Joined recently in Warsaw, like in September. And a little bit about me. This is so you recognize me from in my social networks if you want. But a little bit about me. I love music to that extent that in 2018 I released an album on Spotify. It's metalcore. I mean, if you're not into it, don't listen to it, please. I mean, some people found it good. I love running. Last year I did a Berlin Marathon. It's a lot, 42 kilometers, not for everybody. It's not healthy. If you're not a runner, don't do this. But I loved it. I respect memes. And I do have a Telegram channel with them. It's like very little amount of subscribers, but those people, I think, respect memes as I am. And I'm host of a Ukrainian-speaking podcast around IT called Podcast GPT. So if there are any Ukrainian-speaking colleagues right here, just found me, I would be glad. And previously, I worked as a front-end guild engineer manager at the company Wix.com. So pretty much my whole life is around front-end. However, I also worked a little bit in full stack. Since I'm Ukrainian, I think it's my duty to tell that even this night, Russia launched over 70 Shahed drones on Kyiv. So my family and my friends in Kyiv wasn't able to sleep really. So in order to help Ukrainian army to stop Russians basically on our lands, please stand with Ukraine. If you could donate, there's QR code for our government-based charity foundation. I would appreciate that. And yeah, let's talk about test environments and environments at all. So here will be a little bit of interaction. Raise hands if like you tell at least once this phrase. Okay, it works on my machine. Yeah, I see the guy. I think, honestly, and in my personal opinion, does not represent my employers, and it's not Netflix saying that, but I really think that, okay, but it works on staging, it's pretty much the same. I mean, it says nothing. Therefore, today, I want to talk with you about environments, about their usage, and efficiency of setting them up, efficiency to deliver code to the end user, and actually how we can be smarter about that. In order to, define some things in our talk, let's start with by definition of each environment. And we will go with a common pattern. I think most of you have seen that in a variety of companies. It's like local, testing, staging, and production. And I've seen it like a lot of times. And obviously, the dev environment is whatever we code, right? It's your machine right here. You run your code. You probably, if you are a UI engineer, you connect to some API. You pull the data from the API. It could be test data. You branch it out. You develop. You push. It's there. You create CPR. Okay, fine. So, I mean, in this environment, we want to be really efficient about the tools we use and very efficient about all the possible corner cases while developing our feature. Test environments were once our code hits it, we really wanted to use as much as possible to find all possible corner cases we wasn't really able to find on our machine, and to let our product users, our product managers, designers, and so on, everybody in the company who really interested in that, to test the feature before it proceeds further. Right here, probably we will be running some automation testing as well as in the CI before code reach this environment. And yeah, sometimes I see end-to-end testing, which runs all the time, playing with the product, and so on. Staging environment, obviously, it is the last part before hitting the production, right? I mean, it's whatever ritual we have in the company, we are just looking at it before hitting the merge button to production. And in most cases here, we use real data. So it's kind of simulating the real data on which is in production, and we are trying to kind of simulate the very real behavior whatever user could see on production once we hit merge. And production, obviously, it's where the user uses our product. I mean, it's there's not much happening. Probably there we have some business metrics, something to understand our user better, some login monitoring, and so on, observability, whatever. And the common flow about delivering the code to all of that is usually like this, right? We have the main branch, and when we or develop even branch, and when we develop, we have a feature branch, we merge it back to develop, and then it goes to sometimes release branch, or sometimes we just put release tags on the main branch and commits. And if we have hotfixes, we just branch it out, branch back, and so on. So, you know, it sounds all complicated, isn't it? Like we have a lot of stuff just to deliver a simple feature. And this is where I have the problem, and this is where my talk starts, really, because previously it was just the definition of whatever we will be discussing. So the problem here is maintaining that amount of environments have quite a high cost. For staging, for example, if we bring that production data, real data, we copy them from production to staging to simulate whatever we could, probably we're just duplicating the scale of production in the infrastructure, and it's twice more cost. For tests, it's smaller because probably it's just some dump data, some anonymized data, or I don't know. So it's smaller amount of data, smaller scale. It's probably cheaper than staging, but still, those are money we're spending. Plus, there are tests running, you know, on and on. Plus, sometimes on test environments, we do have deployment previews. So it could be one more environment which creates on each PR, and then we delete it once it's not there anymore. So high cost. For test environments, we definitely have inconsistency of data because, I mean, me personally, I was working with high loaded data visualization, and I end up in several situations where it kind of works on test environments. I tested all over it, but then in reality, on production, when the code came to prod to the user, I found out that the sheep in the sea produces some strange values I wasn't really, taken care of, and my code worked bad. I needed to create a hotfix, and so on and so on. So full positivity tests are also a problem here, and they are basically dependent on the inconsistency of the data. And honestly, everything that isn't a production sometimes creates a problem because money, unobvious ways of test and deliver code, and so on. And in general, since I'm working in entertainment industry, in Netflix, I love this analogy. Like production is a real guy that delivers value, but test and staging environment, those are just, folks. They are there, they're doing something, but do we really need them to bring the ring to the Mordor? I'm not sure, sometimes not. And, if we go even further in this analogy with the cinema, we can treat the test environment as our enemy. But if we do that, we need to be careful. Because, every enemy, sometimes like in Batman, balances out the good and evil in this world. So if we really remove the test environment from our setup, from our infrastructure and the process, what do we need to do? First of all, we need to find a way to delay feature releases for our users. Because otherwise, if we have only production, for example, I mean, if I put merge, it will be there, and that's it. I mean, if it's broken for everyone. That's why we basically have staging and test environments. I need the way to test changes using close to real or real data. That's what we use staging or test environments also. I need the way to roll back and deliver the hotfixes, right? So usually when I do the hotfixes, I perform all the testing on test or on staging to verify my hotfix worked, and then I move it to prod. And yeah, also I mentioned that test is the environment where we do perform deploy preview. So we also need a solution to do that. And basically, to develop locally, I started with dev environments, and we need some way to, consume the close to real or real data from our local machine. So, taking all of that into account, I have several items to showcase this. It's basically an overview talk, so we will not go really deep into the topic, because the topic is very complex. Basically, I'm saying just delete 3 environments from your company, and that's it. And if you really want to discuss that in detail, let's bring it to the Q&A or after party afterwards. I would be happy to discuss. But there are several items we really need to address all of that. And it will be started with feature toggles. How many of you know what feature toggles are? You're just great. OK. So for everybody who doesn't know that, those are mechanisms to help us to basically enable or disable some feature for our users right in the production environment. So let's talk in example, right? For example, I do have some websites where I have a list of articles. So for example, this. And I do have a feature. I have a need of the user to increase the CTR, call to its CTR click-through rate, right? So I need to increase the amount of clicks by those links. And worked together with designer, worked together with my product person, and I'm accountable engineer. I need to do that. I need to own the feature. I found out that those designs are the most convenient for me to use, and I really want to develop that feature. If in regular environments, what I would do, I would branch out, I would create whatever cards with pictures I have. I would depend on the changes in the API, because I think that descriptions and pictures are coming also from the API now. And then I will create a PR, probably will create a separate link for the deployment preview of that. I will wait for some approval or design review from product design person. And then once I merge it, I would wait for the approval or some OK from my manager or whoever owns the deployment process to merge it to production. So basically, if there are more features in the develop branch or main branch, whatever, these could delay the whole delivery of other features. And this is just a small feature, right? So if only we would have some configuration, some static configuration, where we could simply define if user sees our feature or not. And let's say, like for a very simple example, it would be just an object. Just an object where we do have feature name and some value, Boolean value, which represents if user sees that or not. And let's imagine we have a separate domain service which owns this. It should be separate because in generally feature toggles should be used not only on the front-end side, it should be used also on the back-end side. And I mean, I've mentioned that we have more properties coming from the API, like picture and description. Most probably on the back-end side, those will be wrapped with feature toggle, and basically to the database, there will be a separate SQL injection or so on. But this shall be hosted somewhere where it is easily editable. I mean, it could be S3, or if you want. It could be some MongoDB with simple API and some UI, where my manager could go there and just switch it. But basically, static configuration. And I use React, so it's all React code, but it doesn't really matter. I can imagine myself just going for that server and resolving this object and putting it in the React context. So basically to make it available for the whole application. So basically what I've done here, right, I just consumed from the API that object and so on. And then I simply can wrap my new feature, where's my mouse, somewhere here, my new cards design, with new features. So the problem here is I need to maintain basically 2 versions of the feature, but that's fine for now. It will be a problem when it comes to the enterprise level, and I will talk about it also. So basically, this is it. I mean, we have a way now to consume some configuration, and based on the value of the configuration in prod environments right away, present one or another version of the feature. But then it gets to another topic, which is A/B tests. I mean, those who know what are feature toggles most probably know what are A/B tests. And basically, those are pretty much the same. The only difference is the value of the property is being resolved by user request. It's also very much used in some marketing industries. So for example, on the website where those sneaky cookies farmers are looking for whatever you're a smoker or not, they can present you one feature, just depends on where you are, who you are, what you like, and so on. In our case, it basically like that. In the configuration, we will have some, resolution to make it simpler, to understand if user will see new version of the feature or not based on the request. So with this, it enables us to roll out our feature based on the location and roll out it only for, let's say, 2% of the user, 10%, and then you make it for 20 and so on. So just imagine that this function, like does user love gorillas or whatever, is also providing us some way to configure how this solution is being treated. Like, I mean, there could be some UI where we just have 0 to 100 inputs, and we decide, okay, 10% of the users love gorilla will see this feature, and so on. Also, I need to mention that sometimes A/B tests could be used differently, like only for dev purposes. So for example, if we are developing some payment systems and we deliver some feature only for guys in, I don't know, Brazil, and they have some specific payment system, in this configuration, we would probably have some function to tell us if the user is from Brazil based on their request, and then it will be resolved in true or false. So that's it for A/B tests. Static override. This is the way to override this configuration. Basically, it allows me to, I don't know, I prepared the example with a simple search params, so query params. But basically, this should be a way to override whatever comes from the feature toggles domain service. I mean, I need this to develop. I need this to see my feature in the prod environment. And I need this to enable some feature for some particular user if I need to. And it also would allow me to see some deployment previews. Like, for example, I delivered my feature to production, but I'm developer, and users are not see it yet. So I can come to the production, I can enable the feature toggle only for myself right in the production environment, and then I could see how the feature performs in the context of the whole production, right, in the context of other features. And to understand deeply how static override can be used apart from feature toggles and A/B tests, we should talk about code modularity. And shall we talk about micro frontends, or we can actually use model federation for that? But basically, somehow we need to split our product into different parts. And micro frontends are basically an easier way to understand this. So coming back to the example I just showed previously about our product, micro frontends would mean that I have a website where I have some root application, which configures what other applications that could be written with I don't know, React, Angular, whatever bundles in separate JS, and then can be mounted in div. So root configuration makes use of it and mounts them in different divs. So at this picture, I do have 3 micro frontends. One is this the list of items. I'm sorry, it's in Ukrainian, I didn't translate that. Another one is the list of articles, and there is also header, which is micro frontend. So how it's all connected? Why do I speak about it so much? If I have a root configuration which consumes the bundle version from somewhere and then mounts it in the particular div, I probably could have some way to bring the value, so the version of JS file, to whoever feature toggle sleeve. So for basically that feature toggle service will also be somehow aware about the version of JS file that shall be mounted in some place. Then with static overrides, I will be able to just switch the version of the bundle for this particular runtime, for this particular user even, and just deliver the newer version for some amounts of users. That will mean that a rollout of the newer version of the bundle can be rolled out only for 2% of the users in Poland, and then for 15% of the users across the world, and so on and so on. And based on the business metrics, and if I have production runtime tests, I hope I have, I would be able to gradually roll it out completely or roll it back if I see a decrease in the business metrics, if I see that my feature is not performing well. So here, to play with it around, I have a small repo. You will be able to play with it also. I will have a link in the end. And yeah, I'll just show the very same website and how it works. Let me know if I need to make it bigger, because the guy from production said that it's good enough, but if audience can see that, they're silent, so okay. Cool, thanks. So yeah, I do have a website. It's actually a production deployed version on Vercel. And I will open WebStorm, where I do have a project. This is, this is a monorepo, where in package.json I have a definition what packages I do have, and basically all packages here are separate bundles. Here, this is the root application. I know it's small, but it's just file structures. I have a root application. I have a server to play with it very simply, and it's just not just server. Very simple. There's no database at all at the moment. This is header microfrontend. This is microfrontend 1, which will be the list on the left. And this is microfrontend 2, which will be the list on the right, the list of the articles. And if I want to run this, I will go with yarn start. And basically, it will concurrently run all my microfrontends separately. Basically, those are separate, 4 of them, I think, React applications. And if I go to the localhost 9, I will see that those applications are run well. I will also make it bigger. And I can see that here, JS. Those are coming from localhost, right, from several ports. This also would mean that in this configuration, I am able to develop only one microfrontend in isolation, right, which allows me some flexibility. On a bigger scale, sometimes I worked in monorepos in microfronts where they have 15s of them, and I run only one, I run only root, and then I play with it around unless I have some cross microfrontends interaction. And let's try to develop some new feature. I don't know what it will be, but to start with it, I will define a new property. It will be, I don't know, GDG Warsaw. Again, it's just an object here, but in a real-world example, you would have some system and the UI to make it easier. I probably would need to restart it, because I'm sure there's no hot reload. And then I will make sure that in my, where it is here, I can consume the new property. And here, let's make it H1. And here, I'm supposed to see the new feature, basically just the title, if this feature toggle is enabled. And at the moment, is not, but I was sneaky enough. Right now, I can play with my search params, or I also developed some way. It could be actually a Chrome extension, but I implemented it right away in my application. I can enable myself a debug mode where I can play around with the configuration I just had. And what it does, it basically do window reload with the new URL and the new value of the feature toggle. So here I go. I enabled it. It's true here. Basically, it's a JSON object, but stringified. And I see the new title. But how does it help me to... So it helps me to develop locally, right? But it doesn't really mean anything at the moment. I just have a condition. But if I go to the prod, I would be able also to enable it. But you will ask me how. You haven't deployed the new version. But what if I want to see how my new feature actually integrates in the whole production environment? I will do it in a very bad way, because what I did, I didn't do some smart solution for that at the moment. It's just a string. But I will consume the localhost bundle from just my machine right in the production environment. Let me see where it is. It's microfrontend 2 supposed to be. So I'll just stringify the object, and I do encode URI with the string. I messed something up, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. And I'll just put it in the overrides. So here in MFE2, I somehow messed up the URL. I'm sorry about that. Bundles. I probably can go to my repo and find it here. Yeah, here you can find out that right now in the production environment, I am actually consuming the localhost bundle right here. And to end this showcase, it actually works with the new feature I just developed. You can see that hello GDG, we just implemented it, the code appeared to be there. It's not pretty at the moment, right? It can be faster. It can be faster if you have some way to enable it in the Chrome extension, in some UI. But I really wanted to make it simple to see the low level how it's done. And coming back to the presentation, but before we come, I'll just say that this is the way I can actually showcase the deployment preview, right? So I create a CPR, I have some CI to build a new bundle, and I just replace the bundle right in the production environment so I can see how my feature interacts with other applications. Yeah, and coming back to the presentation, let's understand if we succeeded in killing test environment. So the way to delay feature releases for users. Now we have feature toggles and we have A/B tests. The way to test our changes using close to real or real data. Yeah, basically, probably we can use static overrides. We can use local bundler from our local machine and then consume data from production environment and don't really break anything. The way to roll backwards to deliver hot fixes, again, static overrides and feature toggles. The way to perform deploy preview, here you go. And the way to develop locally consuming the test data. We don't need test data anymore. I mean, you have prod. But there are cons to it, right? It's not that pretty. What's with the backend? With the backend, it's a little bit... There's a pink pony, I'm sorry. For the backend, it's a little bit more difficult. Because basically on the front end, what you do is you have a condition either to present the new version of the feature or not, either to use, I don't know, new GraphQL schema or not. On the back end, it comes to the usage of the database and database migrations. So you need to be careful about that and probably perform non-breaking feature pattern where you maintain two versions at the same time until front end is totally migrated to the new version. For the security, it's an interesting topic because some sneaky guy who uses my product could find out that I use static overrides or some debug mode. For some companies, it's not a problem at all. Like, they are okay with that. If you're a developer and playing around with the new features, here you go. But for companies like Netflix, it could be, problem because under the feature toggle we could have some new movies, and I'm not allowed to talk about that. But we can use all of that configuration with permissions, for example, or based on your authentication as an employee. So it's also a possibility. For SSR, it's also not a simple one because you would need some way to bring that configuration on the server, not only on the front end. So it's also something to consider. And actually, most annoying one is a feature toggle mess. So I just showcased a simple use case where I have, I don't know, 3 of them. But in a real world scenario, like for example, I worked at Wix.com, and Wix do not uses only prod environment for, I don't know, 15 years at the moment. And they have like 15,000 of feature toggles enabled and disabled at the same time. It does mean that some of them could depend one on another. Some of them are injected in one another. And actually, developers sometimes forget about the existence of some feature toggle, and it can be there for a year. If you just Google for it, there are some solutions to that, like third-party applications you can use to enable your application to use feature toggles. But honestly, it requires a culture, development culture, of removing feature toggles once it's done, once the test of the new feature is rolled out to 100% of the users. And if you feel like there are more cons to it, please tell me on Q&A session or after this talk. I would be happy to chat about it. But the pros of the 1env is basically very quick rollbacks and rollouts, right? You just do static overrides, configuration, and so on. You are there. It's decreased cost, because with this, I can divide my infrastructure cost by 2. I can speed up dev velocity because I can test my feature right in the production environment with real data and actually use the actual data. At this point, honestly, a lot of people asks, what about mutations? Like, for example, I not only consume the data, but also want to test out some new feature where I am submitting a form or so ever. In some companies, it's a no-go. For some companies, you can just create a test entity where right in production environment, you edit it, you save it, it's okay. And you also can hide this test entity under some permissions and so on. And yeah, if you see there are more pros to it, please tell me. I want to make this presentation much more perfect. If you want to play with it, there's a QR code right here. It will be in my slides. You can just scan it. It will lead you to my website, but there you will find a GitHub repo with all of it. It looks very simple. It's just 3 React applications. You hit yarn install, yarn start, and you're there to go. Also, if you feel like you want to conversate about that with me, you can create issues on the GitHub or found me on Twitter or whatever. I will probably answer. Thank you. Thank you. Now questions, and the guy asked me to pass the microphone because we have it streamed, and if I will not be handing over the microphone, nobody will hear you on the stream. Hands. Does it work? I don't know. Try.
Fintech, can we use it in fintech?
Can we use it in fintech? That's interesting. I am not sure. I think it's no-go for fintech because really right there you wouldn't be able to, you need to be very careful about people's money because sometimes I had a friend who developed some Bitcoin platform, and at that point he also wanted no test environment. And the matter of fact, he said, "Why write tests? I mean, you just write good code and that's it. You don't need tests." But then this company, someone found out that you would be able to send money to yourself, and basically twice your money you're just sending. One guy, yeah, that's funny. And one guy sent to himself like 5 Bitcoins back at the time. Until the feature was fixed, he took it out and disappeared from the country at all. So yeah, from fintech, I mean, there's research to that. I think at some products, like for, I don't know, company website, bank website, it's okay. But probably for integrating with people's money, it's bad. Yeah, that's true.
So exposed correctly.
Yeah. I would try though, I mean, why not? Yeah. I don't think microphone is working. Can you check on that, please?
Okay.
Here we go.
So, would you recommend some tooling for the feature? Because we don't have to implement it by ourselves. Maybe there is some tool you recommend?
Yes. How they say, let me Google it for you. There's Launch Darkly, for example. I have a lot of suggestions from guys who use that in their own environments, in their own pet projects or so on. Launch Darkly, I think, would be a feature to go. In companies like Netflix, for example, it should be some self-hosted service.
So when I use the third-party service,
yeah.
I guess the features are on the cloud, right?
Yeah.
So should I bother with the delay which it's causing to my application? I mean, I'm testing it on the production, so I guess before my application starts, all the features has to load.
Yeah, so that's a good question, yeah, and that's what you've seen just in my presentation at the moment. It actually creates a delay, definitely, yes. There are solutions to that, like for example, some features can be used only on build runtime. So for example, you did some refactoring and you, I don't know, for some parts of the code just want to wrap it in some condition to make sure your refactoring worked well. For this, you will create some feature to be used only during build runtime, and that's it. Otherwise, yes, it creates delay, and it's also a huge cons for some products which wants to, invest in the speed and time to interact KPI. But also, I know there's a way to use it with SSR, so probably SSR would help you with that. If you can use it on the SSR, the user will always consume HTML with resolved feature toggle.
There is, I have actually one. In Netflix you have how can I call it? I mean many environments. Like I don't mean like product. I mean like TV, web browsers, phones.
Parts of the problem.
How does it work with the feature toggles.
Yeah, for Netflix it's interesting, and I cannot answer for the whole Netflix, and probably it's a little bit sensitive. There's my manager sitting there. Yeah, looking for me. I think that every product of Netflix is different, and I particularly work in Netflix Studio, so it's not the products you could use on your mobile phone or so on. But we do have in-house solution for feature toggles. In some way, it could delay the feature loading, but in most cases where I've seen, they do not really use feature toggles to that extent. You know, so it's not like you're loading 15,000 of feature toggles and then trying to understand what feature to render. However, in the main product, which is the website, netflix.com, I think it used heavily. And however, it's still fast, right? So I need to find out how it works. I'll tell you. Yeah, thank you. Any more questions? There we go. Thanks. Microphone. Hello.
Maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah, and not really a question, just addition. If you're using GitLab, as I remember, it's already in community edition, maybe only in enterprise and cloud. They also has their own feature toggles you can integrate into your project. So and they works like a service for your features.
Yeah, thanks for that. Definitely, there are lots of ready-to-use solutions just out of the box. You consume them on the UI or the backend side and make a resolution if you present something or not. So it actually enables you to remove the test environment. But you shouldn't write it for yourself all the time, right? I created this project to only showcase in low level how it's supposed to work and could help you. But there's definitely more to it, and I wouldn't be able to fit it only in these 30 minutes or whatever I'm on the stage. Thanks for the addition. Tell me who disagrees with the idea of one environment. I'm really interested in that. I work in fintech. Yeah, you work in fintech. You disagree with that?
Yeah, because we have break-in changes, for example, or something with...
Stop it, just, I mean, don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, like if we have break-in change that we cannot use feature toggle, because after we switch it off, maybe we will have some unreadable data in database after that or something.
That's what I meant by culture behind it. There will be another question. I've seen the hand right there. But there is a culture behind this, you know, for both front-end and back-end engineers to maintain the feature until you're sure it's not used by anybody. So it creates a little bit of workload and, you know, the process. Here we go.
Have you ever seen a real production project that use your technique?
Wix.com, Wix.com. They use it for 15 years and never use test environments at all.
Okay, and because you presented the technique that uses this micro frontends, overrides, and feature toggles. Yeah. I'm talking about this as a whole. This is how Wix is working?
Yeah, pretty much. Wow. I mean, there's it's much more complex, but yeah, like in a nutshell, it is it.
Okay. Second question then. If it comes to feature toggles, you mentioned that the biggest issue is a mess later on. I can agree. I work in a company when we use feature toggles extensively. So how you deal with them? Because right now I can think of at least 5 or 10 feature toggles that are at least 1 month old in my code even.
Yeah, at different stages we did different stuff. I think at once we wanted to create Jira tickets, you know, just to not forget to merge them back, to delete them. Then I think that we created some notifications for your mail. Like if the value of feature toggle hasn't been changed for, I don't know, months, you should probably take care of it. So we did notifications. And also we thought about some hacky, sneaky ESLint tool to go for feature toggles value and tell you. But on a bigger scale, like enterprise level project, it's very hard to implement. So we didn't end up with that. But it's definitely the biggest pain in the ass.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing I see is there's a pain when your project is bigger and you are asking a lot of questions about is this feature enabled?
Yeah.
There is a high traffic and you have to do such things like, for example, Redis to cache those things.
Yeah.
And have a problem with cached things because sometimes you just want to disable something and that results in not disabling something for the production immediately. Or, for example, you have a Redis and you drop that Redis during rush hours and your microservices are crashing because you overload the feature service, I would say. So there is a lot of drawbacks of this solution, I would say.
Yeah.
We can talk about this later on. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. It adds some complexity to the whole thing. Whoever wants the microphone, this is your almost last chance. But I'm here still. So, if there's nothing to it, thank you. I'll see you around. Thank you so much for coming here and having me on the stage. Again, play with it by using this link or find my social networks right there. And let's go for the after party. Thank you.
All right. Okay, no worries, no worries. All right, thank you, everyone. I know it's gonna be like people are a little bit low, you are feeling lazy, but we have after party, so you can join there, you can come there. Yeah, I see energy. Yeah, there will be beers, so don't worry. Yeah, on us. Don't worry, you need to. All right. Yeah. I just want to give thanks to our partners. So if you guys want to just give a big applause for them, because of them, we don't get this. All right. Now, I have a request for all of you guys, whoever has taken the pictures, please put on our Google Photos album, because it can be visible to everyone. So if you guys miss this QR code in the keynote, you can just scan the QR code, put your photos, and maybe one day you will be famous. Who knows? All right. Moving on to quiz time, Kahoot. Right, now we have Kahoot. So, Michał. Michał and Paulina.
Come on, so last final Kahoot, also with prizes, similar to the last ones. Okay, so from now on you can register, I hope. Yeah, you can. Let's make it a full screen. Please enjoy it. Music, come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, there's music. Enjoy.
Never heard that one. Okay, so this Kahoot will be mainly focused on lead code algorithmics kind of stuff. But not only that, and like some basic problems, I hope. Who joined us? Paulina Kubera. I hope they win. I sure hope they win. Okay, so let's make a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's called basic IT knowledge. It can't be that hard. Okay, so what is the purpose of a loop in programming? Oh, you'll see. Yeah, so this was a warm-up, just a warm-up. Shiba is winning. Where's Paulina Kubera, though? This one's multi-select. Which of these sorting algorithms is the fastest? Yeah, so both merge sort and quick sort work in n log n time complexity, while insertion and bubble sort are n squared. GDSC enjoyer, again on top. Oh, it's not the same person anymore. You can use I++ operation instead of I equals I plus 1 in Python. False. I can agree on that. Rows on top, golem gurom au. What is a connected graph with n vertices and n minus 1 edges called? That is lead code, Vatsal. Yeah, it's a tree. Yeah, actually, heap is a specific type of tree. Jellyfish is a specific kind of graph, and a clique is a graph where all the components are connected. Rows still on top. Which of these problems does not use dynamic programming in its optimal solution? It's multi-select. It will get easier from now on, I promise. I promise. Yeah, so still most people got it right. Yeah, but it will get easier from now on. I think so. So which graph searching algorithm starting from node 1 will visit node 3 before node 7? Hey, those are two most common graph searching algorithms. Those are two most basic graph searching algorithms. Okay, so this one is not lead code. Yeah, it's right. First two digits stand for red. It's not 13, I can tell you that. I mean,
everybody won the point. Yes.
Me? No. Yeah, so the most common implementation of set structure in any language uses binary search tree, a little bit modified. Golemau. True or false? It's true. Nikita, third place. Still not as good as Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, almost everyone got it right. Tricky one.
Whoever that 1% is, I love you.
Yeah, it's true. Top 5 stays the same. What is the purpose of an operating system? It's not lead coding anymore. To manage computer hardware and software resources. Mark Zuckerberg is on top. Which algorithm finds the shortest path between one special node and the others? Most people got it right. It's Dijkstra's algorithm.
No, I think it's a Polish algorithm.
It's not. Actually, Dijkstra managed to figure this algorithm out in a matter of like 15 minutes on a cafe with his fiancée. Yeah. What is an IP address? What's that? That's why we need tough questions. So top 5 doesn't stay the same for each round. Protecting against malware. Whoa! All the people got it right. It's because of all the Avast updates, I think. Mark Zuckerberg. Type answer. Modulo. This is modulo operator. 8.04. Yeah, so 5 times 12 is 60, which gives us 7, the rest of 7. Aye, golem. What is the difference between and in C++? Yeah. So and is what you want to use when you're making an if statement. And is bitwise, so you don't use it. Golem. Back on top 5. Also, I think we need some recognition for Ross, Nikita, and Alex. Woo! What is the number? Blah, 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 converted from binary to decimal system. This is the last task, if I'm not mistaken, so make sure that you get it right. I'm not sure if exactly the same number, but... Yeah, it's 17. Okay, so let's see the final standings. Who's it gonna be? Alex, welcome. Ross. And first place is Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, let's move further. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop the music and let's get back to the presentation or slide.
Yes, presentation.
Okay. Oh. I know that's on me. Oh, what I'm doing.
You.
Cancel that, please. What's there? Leave it. Oh, that's lovely. Where is my presentation? Guys. I don't know. Let's open one more. Just like that. The wrap up. And right here. We got it. Yeah. Yeah. Partners. Quiz time, and thank you to the speakers.
And yeah, as we are all here, we would like to thank our speakers. So just a big applause for them who are here. Yeah, give here. All right, and now I would like to go to Slido, and there is...
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Talk.
Yeah, so there is, go to the Slido, there will be a question, and we would like to know your feedback or anything you can write it, but it should be with emojis.
Okay, I've got it. So right now, people are actually voting.
Yeah, you can just
Yep. Okay. Let's slide and let's present. I would like to, very much. Oh yeah, right here. We've got it.
Right.
So your emotions, or your feelings, your emojis about today's event.
I know you guys need music. I'm trying to put music.
You can also vote the ones you like the most. Like, click on them, probably.
Oh. Oh, 4 people writing. Oh, 6 people writing. Is someone is left still? Oh, I
Let's
see
do the
4
photo.
people writing. Yeah, 1 more people.
Smile, that's all.
Oh, 5 people. Oh, I see unicorns on the. Yeah, those are cute.
Okay, and the final words about this event.
All right. Thank you for those feedbacks, your emojis. I see many people writing food, unicorns. Thank you. Thank you for that. And yeah, few words about after party. It's gonna be at 6:30. So
in a minute.
In a minute, yeah. In a minute. But you can reach there and you can say.
Actually, that guy over there that is waving to us is Tomek. Yeah. In one group, we can go together. It's like 50 meters from here. You're very welcome. Some drinks are on us. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
if you want food, take food. We don't need to take it home, our home. Everything is for you. Please take food. Everything, whatever you want, take the food. We don't want to waste them. We don't want to waste them.
Balloons too, of course.
Yeah, balloons, whatever. There are unicorns, so yeah, take them. We have here unicorns. Everything you want to take it, you can take it.
Final words?
Yeah, and just last thing.
Yeah.
Me, how can take it?
Guys, thank you very much. That was a long day. We were preparing this event for weeks now. For weeks. Hard work, but worth it. I mean, looking at you for that whole day, for the speakers, many thanks to them. Many thanks to all their organizers, to volunteers. That was a great day. I mean, that was a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And there is one thing I would like to request all the organizers and volunteers to be on stage, and you guys can give applause to them because
come on, guys,
they are really working hard. We are quite huge team. All right, thank you.